The Crash-Proof Retirement System is more than just a shield for your retirement. Our exclusive system offers unique flexibility, orchestrating crash-proof vehicles to maximize growth with the market, but with none of the volatility. That's why our clients enjoy both security and prosperity, knowing that they're taking full advantage of the market without ever risking their principal.
Philip Baglivo from Westchester, Pennsylvania. Now is the time to look into crash-proof retirement for better growth and protection. With the crash-proof retirement system, I've earned 9% interest this year. I don't pay any fees, and I always come out on top. It's definitely a cornerstone for me to have crash-proof retirement in my life.
Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash-Proof Retirement educational event happening at the William Penn Inn in Gwinnett, PA, Tuesday, June 10th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense against weather, so don't gamble with it. Hi, I'm Matt with Emmons Roofing and Siding, and at Emmons, we use only the best materials and expert craftsmanship to get your home protected. In fact, as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, we can offer a lifetime warranty directly from Owens Corning on our workmanship. So whether your roof has storm damage, aging shingles, or it's just time for an upgrade, Emmons has you covered. Call us at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensling Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Breaking news right now as President Donald J. Trump is still in the Middle East as he has traveled now. It's about an hour flight from those pomp and circumstance ceremonies that we brought you live yesterday. It's about an hour flight from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, now to Qatar, where he is with leaders there, seated at an ornate table with an ornate setting, as President Donald J. Trump now participates in the latest signing ceremony. And this as President Trump is pushing for the Abraham Accords. Remember this? You know, think about where Trump left off, if you will. So I know that there was this unfortunate gap. You know how we say our children had gaps in learning because of COVID? I guess you could say we all had a 4-year gap that was quite unfortunate and took us, I guess now the theme today is Back to the Future. We will take you back to the future with a star of that 80s show, the DeLorean, all of that. But I want you to think about President Trump and when he was pushing for the Abraham Accords back when he was president and when peace and prosperity, right before the pandemic struck, you think about the fast pace that was happening. And we were all feeling it in real time and saying, wow, look at this. The economy, everything was humming. Everything was awesome. Peace and prosperity, peace in the Middle East. He was pushing for those Abraham Accords. Remember this? And then the pandemic happened. Lo and behold, what a coincidence. But we have Trump over there. We're following that. By the way, that hearing with Human and Health and Human Services Secretary RFK Jr., Robert F. Kennedy Jr., he has been scheduled. Obviously, he's on the schedule, and they should be starting that if they haven't already. The House Appropriations Subcommittee this morning. It was scheduled to start within the past half hour. Okay, and so this after President Trump announced the pharmaceutical cutbacks and that he wants to make things fair as far as pricing and why should we pay so much more for the same exact pharmaceuticals and prescription medications. We pay way more as Americans, sometimes 100 times more than others pay around the world, and so making it more fair. So we'll think about that, RFK Jr., his testimony. But as far as the latest headlines that we can talk about, let's think about the House GOP advancing those cuts to clean energy tax credits. So some sweeping cuts there. This as President Trump is in the Middle East doing that signing, Pete Hegseth to his right, and they're signing everything and taking care of that. I suspect the president will speak. So when he does, of course, we'll take that. So I'm just trying to give you some headlines because this is fast paced. I mean, they're not wasting a nanosecond. So we don't have the president speaking yet. I'm not going to take anchors from another network because, quite frankly, I'm just going through the headlines for you and giving you news and updating you on things that we haven't talked about, some of them just breaking. But as far as House Republicans passing that $4 trillion tax cut out of committee, and this as members debate the SALT cap, and this is a huge issue, as you well know. So these are House Republicans on the Ways and Means Committee voting their, tax legislation out of committee, and that is happening in real time as I'm just bringing you all the breaking developments in D.C. to the Middle East, etc. So this moves the beautiful big bill, one beautiful big bill. It's moving along, as Trump would say, moving one step closer to enacting that sweeping fiscal bill that would then enact much of what President Donald J. Trump has wanted in his domestic agenda. And so...
here's some audio from their meeting.
We're extremely honored to have you here. We're very excited, very happy. It's a historic visit. And I don't know if you know that you are the first American president to officially to visit Qatar. Right? So we're very honored.
First American president to officially visit Qatar, and they're actually chatting live, so here you go.
So I just wanted to thank you, Mr. President, again for this historic visit. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, thank you very much. And this has been a very interesting couple of hours. We discussed the world. We discussed Russia and Ukraine, where you've been a tremendous help in so many different ways. We certainly discussed Iran, where it's been really an interesting situation. I have a feeling it's going to work out. I think it's going to work. It's got to work out one way or the other. We know it's going to work out. But you were of great help, and other things. But in particular, trade. The trade is the Kelly's telling me from Boeing. It's the largest order of jets in the history of Boeing. That's pretty good, and that's 140. Was that a 140 or 160? Well, yeah, but you're right. It's actually 200, including the 40, so it's over $200 billion. But 160 in terms of the jets. That's fantastic. So that's a record, Kelly, and congratulations to Boeing. Get those planes out there. Get them out there. But I just want to thank you. We've been friends for a long time, long before politics. Well, for you it was politics. For me it wasn't, right? But we've been friends for a long time, and this is an outstanding man. He's a great man, and we're going to help each other. The United States is in a very strong position militarily. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. You're buying a lot of that equipment, actually, and I think we're going to see some of it in action tomorrow at the, we won't call it an air fair, but it's going to be sort of an air fair. We're going to be shown a display that's going to be incredible. They have the latest and the greatest of our planes and just about everything else. So I think it's going to be a lot of fun and very interesting. But I just want to thank you for the friendship, for the long-time friendship. And again, long before any of this stuff, we just liked each other. That's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. But we always had a very special relationship. And we came from Saudi Arabia, where we have another great man over there that's a friend of yours. And you two guys get along so well and like each other. You sort of remind me a little bit of each other, if you want to know the truth. They're both tall, handsome guys that happen to be very smart. But he's also a very special guy, and it's good to see all the relationships forming in the Middle East, because the Middle East is really being talked about all over the world, and we're having a lot to do with it. We're helping a lot, but they're doing a tremendous job. So I just want to thank everybody very much for being here. I want to thank the media. The media has been very fair, actually, and it's a great honor to be with you. This is, you take a look at this room. This room is the real deal. That's called white marble. It's very hard to buy. Believe me, I know very well, because you try to buy it, you can't buy it. And you just take a look at what you have here. It's been incredible what you've been able to build as a nation. And we're with you all the way, and you know that.
And so, applause as President Trump, and this is a first. And I know Republicans and Democrats are already raising eyebrows, and you're going to hear a lot about this. But I do want to explain to you that the Emir, His Highness, And President Trump, before he was president, as he said, you heard him say before he was in politics, they are known to have a long-standing relationship over many, many years. And so now they're leaders, right? They were the businessmen who knew each other. Obviously, he has been an international businessman for how many decades of his life. So they've had this long-standing relationship, both leaders sharing goals of peace, security, as well as stability. And so this is Qatar. I understand that you might say, whoa, wait a minute. Aren't they the one? Okay, just hold off, because think about the saying that you keep your friends close and your enemies closer. If you view Qatar as an enemy, I'm just saying they have also been business partners. They have been at the forefront of peace and hostage negotiations, and especially in this war, if you will, between Israel and Hamas, which was obviously provoked by a terrorist Hamas terror attack against innocent Israeli, mostly kids and students and innocent, unarmed people. But the Israeli delegation traveled to Doha as well yesterday, so I will point that out to you. We're not seeing Benjamin Bibi Netanyahu very much because I think that this is clearly a delicate situation. But I did read and look this up and study this, that there is an Israeli delegation that traveled to Doha, and they're hashing out this potential agreement on this ceasefire and the peace in the Middle East. So this is a delicate situation. It is historic, absolutely. But this relationship has come a long way, and it is critical. And so I'll just say this to you. Whether you think it's wrong for Trump to handle things the way he does, speak in a way to different leadership, whether you're talking about Ukraine and Russia, or whether it's here in the Middle East, what he is trying to do, and this is his MO, is he is saying to the world, hey, if we have peace and prosperity, and if we can convince all of these different individuals around the world, China, Russia, obviously Ukraine, but now in the Middle East, see, he's banking on the fact that all of these different individuals, wealthy individuals, that they value peace and prosperity in the sense that they want to get richer. And so if everybody's doing business, and if the deals are fair, and we have peace and prosperity, then isn't that good for everybody? And so he's not part of the war machine. He's part of the peace machine. And sometimes the peace machine means that you're sitting at a table and they're signing, all of these different economic deals. Yesterday we heard about the $600 billion deal, $600 billion in Saudi investments. Now here he is. He's holding up the pen. He loves the pens. Excuse me, I got the pen. He's going to give out the pen to somebody lucky there. But he is thrilled because what he's saying is, we're signing all these economic deals. This is good for you. This is good for me. Energy and expansion and better business. But also, let us not forget, in the backdrop of this, you have an Israeli delegation there as well. So they're headlining with the money. Show me the money. Show me the business, right? End of things. And talking about energy and investment. But I will tell you that equally important in this very delicate dance that Trump is doing, it's not just about money and business and energy and investment. It's also about peace, and they all know that. So this is a dance we're watching. And so so for me, I think so far so good. I know that he's speaking again. Can we pop in here and listen?
Yeah, one sec here.
President Trump. So he's speaking about he was speaking about the peace deal and what it means, the economic deals that they're signing, the financial connections to these individuals. Could you do that if you were not a respected billionaire businessman? By respected, I mean by these people in international communities. And so he is somebody who can pick up the phone and call Erdogan in Turkey. And think about Turkey. It's basically a bridge, if you will, between the Middle East and having connections and buddies in the, let's say, terrorist community, but also to Europe. Think about Trump. He can pick up the phone and have a conversation with Erdogan, right? He can pick up the phone and have a conversation with the royalty of the Middle East, whether it's the Saudis or Qatar. Maybe you don't like that. Maybe you'd rather we demonize these individuals and say, oh, but isn't that the isolationist? Aren't you the isolationist? If you say, I don't like that guy. Trump is, in a way, by his handshake, is saying, let's do business together. Let's all figure out in the world how we can make the world a better place and a more peaceful place. And so to me, it's seamless in a way, the way that he strings this all together. And so with the stroke of his pen, as he's signing these business deals, as well, they're working on signing peace deals. And so I feel that this is all important. Now, if Greg Stocker were here, he would say, well, look at the Trump organization. Isn't part of this new deal to build a luxury golf resort in Qatar, partnering with a real estate company backed by that country's sovereign wealth fund? I know I have Stocker living free in my brain. Greg Stocker would point that out. Okay, fine. So what? So what if the Trump organization, if they had the new deal relatively to build the luxury golf resort, as long as there's transparency and as long as there are no side deals, I have no problem with that. Maybe you do. 855-839-1210. But we will find out the numbers. We will find out what all of this means as far as the devil. What do they say? The devil lies in the details. But I think you're going to like these details. And I'm looking at I think the Dow is up once again today. So we'll follow all of it. We have Trump in the Middle East still, but I'm seeing Senator Rand Paul. He has some raised eyebrows. He's questioning some of this, and CNN and others talking about, what about the big jet? What about the expensive luxury, fancy flying palace? Trump really wants the plane. Give me a break. He wants more than the plane. He wants a deal. He wants peace and prosperity. So your thoughts too, 855-839-1210. We'll continue to cover all of this. RFK Jr. in D.C., moving parts here in our area, moms in the burbs. Oh my goodness, they are so mad over what's happening. We got it all for you. Stay right here.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at impriano.com. That's impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious Crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, except no substitutes.
Hey, it's Rob Ellis. Excited to be hosting Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on Ocean City's Boardwalk. It's music, it's comedy, it's all the ups and downs of the Philadelphia sports fans. We've all lived it, and Joe and the City Rhythm Orchestra takes you through it like nobody else. The perfect Father's Day gift.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, Friday, July 11th. And with Rob Ellis at the Ocean City Music Fair, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Let us help you find your dream home. A home loan with American Heritage Credit Union has rates lower than the national average. Our team will guide you through every step, from pre-approval to getting your keys. With the MyCU Home Connection program, you'll have access to exclusive benefits, including a $500 lender credit, cash rewards, and discounts when you buy or sell a home. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to learn more. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Housing Opportunity. NMLS 433838.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
So Democrats are having fun trolling the President of the United States as he signs deals, business deals, energy deals worth hundreds of billions of dollars now with the royalty in Qatar. But they're calling, I know that they flew a plane over Mar-a-Lago with a huge, one of those banner planes like down the shore when you're in Ocean City or Seattle or wherever your shore point. And, but it's a bannered plane and it says Qatar-a-Lago. They're going to rename Mar-a-Lago Qatar-a-Lago, that from Democrats. So they are trolling the president, questioning his alliance, if you will, with Qatar. And so I don't know. Do you think that they have a point? I did see Senator Rick Scott in Florida. I think, no surprise, Senator Rand Paul. They're saying, Qatar, not exactly an ally. What's Trump doing? Kind of raising some eyebrows. I just always think to myself, if you're a Republican right now and you have the House and you have the Senate and you have the executive branch, you have the White House, and the President of the United States of America is doing something that no other president has done, right? In about 100 days. Think about anybody who's worked 90 plus days on any job. I would say he's making history just by that account. But this, as President Trump is announcing new deals, new business deals, and this, as we know, behind the scenes are also working with the delegations to try to bring forth a peace deal and get that signed. That's kind of the whispery sidebar of this. Isn't that nice that peace is the quiet part as they're working behind the scenes to get the Israelis together with the other side and just try to hammer out some sort of peace. And this, in this shadow, the beautiful shadow of Idan Alexander coming home to New Jersey. So I'm just trying to put this all together. And what all of the headlines, as I look at the unbiased journalists, in the so-called mainstream media, Dan. Yeah, as what about the $400 million jet from the Qatari government? Trump is doing this because he wants the plane. I would say he wants peace and prosperity. And I think that it's genuine. And I think that as they sign these business deals and we see the details of them, I don't really understand what what Republicans, you expect it from the opposition party, right? Because that's why we have checks and balances. Of course, if you're a Democrat, you're going to rip into it because, it's the opposition. It's the other team. You know what I'm saying? But why do Republicans have to go there? Unless they just want their 10 minutes in the limelight. They want to make sure that they're on Fox News or CNN or whatever.
So the question is, can you do it if it's only for official purposes? If it came to someone in Congress, they can vote and the ethics committee can look at it.
It's Rand Paul on Jesse Waters last night. You want some more?
Sure, a little more.
With there will have to be some kind of adjudication. This has never been done, and it's not like a ride on the plane. We're talking about the entire $400 million plane. I think it's not worth the appearance of impropriety. Whether it's improper or not, I don't think it's worth it. The other problem with Qatar is, I've spent time trying not to sell weapons to Qatar because they have human rights violations of their people. Many of their people are prevented from participating in the government, and some of the minority religious folks in Qatar are treated poorly. And so I really haven't been a big fan, and I wonder if our ability to judge their human rights record would be clouded by the fact of this large gift. So I wouldn't take it. That's just me. I don't think it's a good idea.
If Qatar does give it to him, and he says, hey, Rand, you want to hop on the jet down to Palm Beach? You'll say no?
Yeah. I've always wanted to ride on the Emiratis jet, where you have a shower and a bathtub. And
he didn't answer.
And a bar and a
He did not
floor.
answer.
But I've never been able to fork over the 20 grand, I think, each way. Ooh. So I probably won't be riding on it. But no, I think it's a mistake.
Probably.
And it's just bringing up something he doesn't need.
You said probably. That's all I heard. I probably wouldn't. Right? So just remember that. You know what I mean? You said probably. You didn't say, oh, absolutely not. But I think what Senator Rand Paul, he's not wrong in any of what he's saying, but he's not ripping into Trump, is he? He's just saying, is this worth it? But what was the audio that Dan played just moments ago on the other side of the break? You keep hearing a refrain from Trump. Do you notice this? He is telling us what he wants out of this. He keeps talking about Boeing. Boeing, Boeing, Boeing. Do you hear that? Every day. Boeing, Boeing, Boeing. That's what I'm hearing. What Trump is doing is he's keeping this in the headlines. They're all talking about it. But what he clearly wants is he's saying, yo, Boeing, what's going on? I wasn't here for 4 years. You guys said you were working on the upgrades. I'm flying in this old junker.
So
you know what I mean?
Development in this meeting, this just in, the leader of Qatar actually signed a multi-billion-dollar deal with the CEO of Boeing via President Trump. Qatar Airways buying 150 aircrafts from the American manufacturer, the largest order ever from Boeing.
And so that's part of the audio that Dan, that you played when Trump was, just moments ago. He's there. It was live. And we took part of the pool feed. And that's why sometimes, by the way, if you're watching whatever network, if you're watching Fox or whatever network, and then you see it go to the bars and tone, what that tells you is everybody in the media, us, everybody, we can grab what's called a pool feed, but they only give us a little bit of it. And then they turn it off. You know what I mean? So that's why that happens. Anyway, you heard him in the pool feed refer to exactly what Dan just said. So another huge deal. This is a big deal. The media won't give him any credit for this. But I'm just saying that he's signing all these deals in the Middle East. This trip is humongous. And we're only on Wednesday. I just want to remind you, this is Wednesday. Think about what happened over the weekend. They were in Switzerland, and you had Scott Bessent meeting with the Chinese. What has not been in the headlines? What's not in the headlines yesterday? It wasn't in the headlines, I'll say, after like 10 a.m. Monday. You know what's out of the headlines? China. You haven't heard about China. I have to say it like that because, And so you haven't heard about China or the trade with tariffs. Boop. That's off, right? We haven't talked about it. You haven't thought about it. This is what I will say in my lifetime, in all of our lifetimes, we have never seen anybody in the private sector or the public sector, and now Trump is both. We've never seen anybody who is able to work this vigorously and quickly, and nobody can keep up with him in the media. That's part of the magic, and that's part of how he's getting things done. Because it's so freaking hard to just, right, keep up with him. If I asked you what happened Saturday, what happened Sunday, what happened last Friday, right? Because he's like spinning plates. And the Trump administration and the team, they're all spinning plates, trying to get things done and stay ahead of the media. And so the media, what did my husband say? Larry is so funny, and he said one time that the media are sort of like the raptors in Jurassic Park, where you just like throw the goat or throw the raw meat, you know what I mean? Throw the chub, and they just run after that, and they're running after that, and they forgot about what they left behind. That's really what the media goes after. And so that's how that's the only way Trump can lead the media, if you will. So we're not talking about tariffs. That's good for the economy. Look at the Dow. Look at what's happening on Wall Street. And so now all you see, positives, business, the economy looking up, inflation is slowing, right? We also have RFK, and Dan, by the way, he's kind of like, Dan Borowski's kind of like a microcosm of the Trump. So he's like spinning plates. He's rolling on the RFK Jr. hearing, right? And there are two such hearings, HHS.
I have 5 years, Dawn.
He has 5 years. He's the man.
Each thing, yeah.
He is just like, he's like an octopi. Octopus.
So I'm late with the Jurassic Park theme over here. I missed your great impression of raptors that you just gave us.
Horrible.
Hey, I want to take you to Fox News.
Velociraptor.
The feed of them signing this little piece here, and I just love how it's almost like watching a golf match. Take a listen to the commentators, Don.
We will see the signing of the agreement of buying aircraft from Boeing. His Excellency Badr bin Abdul Amir will sign from the Qatari side, and Kelly Ortberg will be signing on behalf of Boeing.
Between the state of Qatar and the United States of America. Boeing purchase agreement signed on behalf of the state of Qatar by His Excellency Badr Mohammed Al Mir, CEO of Qatar Airways Company, and behalf of the United States, Kelly Ortberg, President and CEO of the Boeing Company.
Seems so official. I love how they do things over there.
Yeah, and like, Dan, to your point, that we have to get Sean Farris to do this imitation, but Trump in the back of his mind, when he hears this, he's like, excuse me, Amir, I just wish they would call me His Excellency. I wish that they would, you know what I mean? Truthfully, he just wishes like one day, excuse me, like on my birthday, June 14th, could you just refer to me, media, as His Excellency? Be nice. You know what I mean? I'm not a good impersonator, but do you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, you know, in his like thought bubble, like that's going through his head. Like, I know, it cracks me up.
That's how I just saw youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If you don't know, by now, we do a lot of visual, and sometimes when you hear audio like what we have there up on the screen, we also have the visual of them signing these pieces. So youtube.com/@1210WPHT. And also a side note, go like, subscribe, click the bell for notifications, because when we do these longer press conferences where we're playing them, Dawn is online interacting with our listeners. So you can always sign on and interact directly with Dawn, youtube.com/@1210WPHT.
Yeah, and I get everything. We talk about news. We talk about local news. Now we're going back and forth, and somebody will say, you know, like, I don't know. Somebody will say, Dawn, your hair's sticking up, you know, and so we're chatting back and forth. But you know, part of what strikes me as I look at the video, so you see, you know, these very ornate backgrounds, right? Because it's the Middle East. These are royal families, and so there's a lot of gold. It strikes me, you know how even Greg Stocker said, what is Trump? I'll do my Stocker imitation. What is Trump? Look at that gold tacky. You know, like Greg will say, why did Trump and this administration redecorate?
It's really tacky.
Part of the Oval Office. But if you think about it, think about the fact that they entertain in the Oval Office, they're entertaining these world leaders who look around and it's so plain. And I think they're just trying to kind of make it, I don't know, on
No, it's a great point. Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Like if you go to the White House or
it's kind of plain.
Yeah, in the executive office building where me and Dom were lucky enough to see. Like you look at the molding and the carpet's like old Berber carpet going into old wood molding that's like kind of separating from the floor. You know, it does. Yeah, you're right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it looks stodgy.
So it's kind of like, you know, you're entertained, whether it's, I mean, from around the world, these leaders who live in palaces or whatever, or more ornate buildings, or even those, heck, I bet you in Ukraine and Russia, you think about how ornate and beautiful. You think about going to Italy and traveling around the world because they're much older countries. We're just turning 250. But you think about that. So I think he's trying to, you know, kind of ramp it up a little bit, style it up. I used to joke with Zioli back when I started on afternoons and Trump came into office and Camp David, and I used to do my Melania imitation. And why didn't she want to go to Camp David? Because it was, Donald, it's a Boy Scout camp. I would rather go to the wooden cabin of the Boy Scout camp than this Camp David. It's not very nice. And I really think these are people, seriously, you know? And so that's why, like, everything's like a dump. Basically, if you go there, even the White House press room, the briefing room, it's so, I have these great pictures of Zioli, you know, where Caroline Levitt speaks. And I was like, Zioli, you know, put your hand out like and I have all these cute pictures, but it's really a small room. Like I have a bathroom that's basically bigger than that room. Do you know what I mean? It's all like pretty small and kind of antiquated. So you think about this dump of an airplane, Air Force One. And remember, I said this yesterday to remind Greg about this. Like, remember when that one time something happened with then President Biden's health, and they had to rush him back to Delaware, technically a local story, and they said that Air Force One was shaking.
Oy.
And it was like, you know what I mean? And it was all nerve, like the people in the media, the press corps, they were like, oh my God. Like the whole thing started shaking. So I just
Great
think,
look for the top,
you're right.
top
You know,
world leader
it's like
here.
a dump.
Yeah.
So Trump is like, come on, guys, get with the program. And I think that's part of it. So he's saying, Boeing, I got you a beautiful deal. Could I get a beautiful plane? And I think it's all the art of the deal. I agree with Rand Paul that I don't know at the end of the day, Trump will ever actually ride in this plane. But he did talk about the Reagan Library and how cool that plane was. He thinks of his legacy. He wants 100 years from now, the Trump Library, which you know will be gilded, right?
Speaking of gold.
What?
Oh, speaking of marble and gold, you know it's going to be.
So he wants in his Trump library, believe me, it'll be the most beautiful presidential library. And so he wants that library to have this plane. He doesn't care if he physically rides in this plane. He wants that plane for his Trump library, which, by the way, would never be his property. That's what he wants. because it's an attraction, right? He's a guy he's a builder. When he talks about marble, right? He's built hotels, right? In New York City before he was ever in politics. They all loved him, and how he fixed things in New York, and he built the skyline in New York. So think about that. He's picturing that library. He says, what is the attraction? What will make the Trump library stand out and be beautiful? Believe me, bigger than Obama. Obama's is junk. You know what I mean? That's what he's thinking. He wants this flying palace, this ornate $400 million thing in his Trump library. That's what he wants. But at the same time, he wants Boeing to fix Air Force One and give him a new one. Isn't it amazing how I'm psychic like this?
Yeah, you called it.
I'm telling you.
I remember yesterday I said he should use his deal making skills to try to swing it so Boeing gets some kind of are incentivized to hop in here and hurry up on this. And good job, yeah.
If Dan, here, let me tell you something. If Dan Borowski, if something happens with the rate, we'll get a little. There are all these boarded up buildings in Philadelphia, even in Chestnut Hill. So it'll be Dan and Dawn. Psychic readings. And we'll just do, because we're kind of psychic, so we'll have our own little business. Yeah. Oh. Well, just in case. It'll be like our backup.
Because I have a job for you.
Yes, sir.
We're talking about the Trump Presidential Library, right?
Yes.
We build a huge, beautiful statue of Melania Trump.
Melania.
And then they pay a couple $1 million a year to sit in a booth nearby and do your great impression and interact with people as they come to the Trump Presidential Library as Melania Trump.
Love her.
Yeah.
Love her.
There you go.
But I do miss her. Where is she? She's not. I'm kind of surprised.
Yeah.
I will say
they need a stand-in to do interviews. Like radio interviews. They can have Dawn Stensland as Melania Trump.
Well, and that I'm not. I am. They say imitation is the greatest form of flattery. I adore our First Lady. I think that she is so classy and graceful. And I just want you to know, if you're just tuning in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, Dawn Stensland, Dan Borowski, Jimmy Kelly, our engineer. So if you're just tuning in, I want you to know that even back when I was in my main career in television news as an anchor, locally Fox and so on, I followed Melania Trump. She and I were pregnant at the same time with our babies, her baby Barron and my baby David, which he hates when I call him baby David. Both of our sons are very tall and big boys now. They're teenagers.
He's definitely not a baby.
He's my baby. But Dan knows him. He loves Dan. But I will say to you, she has local ties. Melania Trump had a deal with QVC. She was on the cover of our Philadelphia magazines and was a businesswoman. And there were articles. You should have seen how they sucked up to her and wrote these amazing stories about how she came from a communist-like little village, in the Slovenia area, and how she went from there to the Paris runways. And oh my gosh, they used to just fawn all over her until her husband became the president of the president of the United States of America as a Republican. And then all of a sudden they said horrifying things. But I'm a big fan of hers. And I think that she is tough and she is real. And I have no doubt, because I'm going through this, and maybe you are too, but I have no doubt she's hurting a little bit. She's hurting because her baby has gone, because her son is, David is still 18, even though they were both born 2006. But her baby went off to college. He's dating, right? He's at NYU. She's spending a lot of time in New York. And so she's focusing on making sure she still has quality time with her son. I'm just saying. You've heard me talk about my friends from Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. I'm so excited. Larry and I, we just had a Mitsubishi Electric heating and air conditioning mini split unit installed. This is in our lower level, which has been a pain in the you-know-what, because our lower level, that is, because there was poor ventilation and it was damp and dank down there. The problem is for us, as broadcasters in television and in audio and broadcasting and radio, we need a high-quality studio that can house all of the equipment, camera equipment, high-tech equipment. So we need something that is pristine, and that's why I love this Mitsubishi. It's known as a mini split. So it's a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. It is a total game changer, as Larry and I share that office and studio in the lower level. You got to do this. Consider a mini split for your hard-to-reach areas. Just visit my guys, Marvin E. Cans, MarvinEKanze.com, MarvinEKans.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
This May, Hester Chevrolet makes it easier than ever to drive home in a new Chevy. Get a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4, just $43,999. Or drive home in a 2025 Chevy Blazer, lease for just $349 a month, 39 months. Or finance with 2.9% APR financing for 72 months. Hester Chevrolet of Cherry Hill, Cherry Hill's trusted Chevy dealer. Visit us at HesterChevyCH.com. Call 856-406-6397 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet!
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I want to talk about my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. I just completed my first dental implant. I did have some anxiety. Dr. Bentz explained it, got me through the process, and it's been very successful. I would say textbook. That's what you get with Dr. Bentz. Not only great skill, but he coaches you through it, helps you through any anxiety that you might have. Get on the road to great dental health. Call the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
There is so much breaking locally, nationally, regionally. And this, as I've been telling you, and we've been covering this, as President Donald J. Trump had met in Saudi Arabia this morning with Syrian leader Ahmad al-Shahara and urging him to recognize Israel's statehood. We're talking about the side deals for peace in the Middle East regarding Israel, Gaza, etc. Trump then left for Qatar for that second leg of his Middle East trip, which we've been covering live, where he attended that ceremony at the Amiri Diwan Royal Court and is, of course, taking part in a bilateral meeting in which he now announced huge business deals, and that's good for American manufacturing jobs, naming Boeing as well. And so $600 billion yesterday. That was the deal in Saudi Arabia. And then this morning, as we think about this new deal, but as well, Trump ending the sanctions on Syria's new government. So much happening this morning. Multiple hearings happening. Two of the hearings scheduled for today involve HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. So he's testifying before the House and Senate on the White House's budget request. We're talking about slashing that HHS budget. That's in the headlines. And so the first appearance before lawmakers since his confirmation hearing. And he is getting a little bit of a grilling this morning. Vaccines, fluoride, DOGE cuts. Dan has one of them.
Let me be clear. We intend to make the Trump HHS not just the most effective, but also the most compassionate in U.S. history. Our official budget statement outlines many priorities, but I will highlight a few. First, we will consolidate programs to better tackle mental health and addiction. These issues now rival chronic disease in their impact. HHS will aggressively combat the opioid crisis, especially the spread of synthetic drugs like fentanyl. We will empower state, local, and tribal leaders to create effective solutions. Second, we will address nutrition, physical activity, and healthy lifestyles. The president's budget requests $94 billion in discretionary funds to support these priorities, including the Administration for a Healthy America. We will emphasize healthy eating and Head Start and ensure the program continues to serve its 750,000 children and parents effectively. Third, we will equip the FDA to expand its food safety efforts through research, regulations, independence, and education to remove harmful chemicals from food and packaging. And we're already doing this more aggressively than any other administration in history. We will fund cutting-edge research at the NIH while cutting risky or non-essential services. That includes ending of gain-of-function experiments and research based upon radical gender ideology.
And so that's RFK Jr. and some Republicans, I will point out to you, pushing back on him. I know that at one point, there was a Republican who represents in his districts, for example, M&Ms. And so one Republican saying, you know, these food dyes, these synthetic food dyes, they've been around for many years. The government and all the different government inspectors have said that these are perfectly safe in our snacks. And so all of these new, you know, these new initiatives by MAHA to cut out these synthetic additives is not necessary. So this was actually a Republican from Tennessee named Representative, I should say, Chuck Fleischman, okay? And so Kennedy pushed back to him and said, not so much. The good science links these synthetic dyes to neurological injury and even cancer. Boom. So he's not kowtowing to these Republicans who are saying, wait a minute, we've had this stuff in our food for years. Everything's just fine. Nothing to see here. But so a real pushback by all of them. And I know Sean Duffy, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, he's, you know, getting some pushback with his testimony as he takes some heat, talking about Newark Airport and all the delays and all of that. So there's a lot of back and forth here. And the other one was fluoride. So I know we'll get into it moving forward, but it was a Republican, again, from Idaho. This is Representative Mike Simpson, because we're doing the House first. Later this afternoon, RFK Jr. will be in the Senate. So as he answers all of these questions, right? So in this one, another Republican, this one from Idaho, and he worked as a dentist. I wonder what Van Drew would have to say about this.
It can be detected there. I am concerned about the fluoride issue. I've seen the benefits, having been a practicing dentist for 22 years. I just noticed this morning that the FDA brings action to remove ingestible fluoride prescription drug products for children from the market. And as I'm reading through this, I want to see some of these studies, but it says the best way to prevent cavities in children is by avoiding excessive sugar intake and good dental hygiene, obvious. Then it says for the same reason that fluoride may kill bacteria on teeth, it may also kill intestinal bacteria important to children's health. I would tell you, you don't prevent cavities by fluoride killing the bacteria in the mouth. What it does is make the enamel more resistant.
Right, but Kennedy then defended his position on the issue, arguing that fluoride, according to the science and the research, does impact kids' IQs, among other things. So if you're a dentist and you get that fluoride treatment, they put it on your teeth, and what do? Now you're going to let it sit on your teeth, you go like this, and you spit it out. You don't drink it in the water, right? And that's the difference. Boom, there it is. All right, we have to take a quick break. We're going to switch gears a little bit, have a little fun with a star who you know well. We're going to take you back to the future. Are you ready? We're getting into the Silver DeLorean. We're taking you back to the future, and we're going to have a little bit of fun here with a star. Like I say, you know her well. I'm not going to say the name. We'll just tease it. This is The Dawn Show. Dawn Stenslin, thanks for being here.
The one you know by.
Dr. Jim Burns. This is my wife, Barbara Burns. We've been clients of Crash Proof since 2022. A fiduciary is a person who is obligated to take care of the clients that they're dealing with. And that's what Crash Proof Retirement is all about.
What I like about being with Crash Proof Retirement is the fact that we will never lose any of our investments. We know it's there and it's safe and it's going to earn us some money.
And we actually made a significant amount of money, and there's no surprises. We know exactly what we're getting. We're shown what we're getting. I've been retired for 10 years, and we've never had a fear that we're going to outlive our money, because with the investments that we've made through Crash Proof, the money's always there.
Actually, you've been retired 17 years. You've been having so much fun, you forgot how long it's been.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 10th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Some big news. Iran is threatening to wipe Israel off the map and destroy America. Now, UN inspectors say Iran is close to getting nuclear weapons, just weeks away. But President Trump vows he won't let them. He's even moved 2 aircraft carriers to the area. This is a big story, and Newsmax's Rob Finnerty is covering it all this week and exposing the real threat. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight for Rob's series Stop Iran and find out Trump's secret plan to fix this. Watch Finnerty on Newsmax on all major cable systems. President Trump says he watches Newsmax all the time. You should too. So download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone and sign up for Newsmax Plus to watch us anytime, anywhere. Millions are making the switch to Newsmax because it's real news for real people.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
How about a ride, mister?
Right for sore eyes. Let me look at you.
Marty, you're acting like you haven't seen me in a week.
I haven't.
You okay? Is everything all right?
Everything is great.
We are taking you back to the future. We're having fun, and I want to take you to the Philly Expo Center this weekend, Fan Expo in Philadelphia. What a great weekend. And here to launch us back to the future is Jennifer Parker, a.k.a. she's really Claudia Wells in real life, Marty McFly's love. Hey, Claudia Wells. Great to have you here.
Hello. How are you? Thank you for having me on your show.
Oh, thanks for being here. Yeah, it's such a...
Happy to. My voice sounds so young.
I love it, and sometimes we all feel like doing that, especially on these crazy news days. There's so much happening locally and worldwide, and we get to escape.
Yo, Jennifer. Marty, don't go this way. Strickland's looking for
with people, with wonderful actors like you. I know that I already have family members who are ticketed for this weekend. This is awesome. The Fan Expo Philadelphia. So if you love comics, if you love stars like Claudia Wells, if you love sci-fi, horror, anime, gaming, all of it, this is the playground, the place to be. It's 3 days of fun. Honest to God, this is so much fun. So tell me, if you will, a little bit of why or how you came into this, if you would, Claudia Wells, as far as this weekend, the Fan Expo in Philadelphia, and why you cherish a weekend like this.
That's the perfect word, is that I do cherish weekends like this. And Fan Expo puts on some of the greatest shows with the biggest stars of any Comic-Cons I've ever done. I love working with them. They've got, who has John Carpenter? He's going to be there. The stars of Lethal Weapon, Mel Gibson and Danny Glover. There's the stars of Twilight, Star Trek, Superman. They even have John Cena and Dolph Lundgren and Priscilla Presley, Steve Guttenberg. It just goes on and on. Plus, of course, Christopher Lloyd, Doc Brown, and my darling buddy, James Tolkien, Mr. Strickland. But there's just so many. White Lotus stars are going to be there, Lord of the Rings. It's something for every fan of every genre. And huge stars are going to be there. Plus, they have the anime and all these other things where you can go along the things and buy all kinds of stuff. I don't
Yeah.
know. I just love the joy. It's the kind of experience where no matter what's going on in the world, you see this huge joy on fans' faces. You're literally giving them an experience that they can always remember. And that's what means so much to me.
Yeah, I mean it's so much fun, Claudia, and my sons who are now teenagers when they were little. So we've gone to this for years to the Pennsylvania Convention Center, and the kid, no matter what, everybody's a kid, right, Claudia? I mean, everybody's like dressed up. My kids used to dress,
Yes.
right? But no matter, there's no age here. No matter who you are, you're a kid, and we're all going back to the future, right? But everybody dresses up. It's so much fun, and the thing I love about it too, they do have planned autograph sessions, but as well, like all of a sudden you might be walking around and you see, like you said, John Cena or Claudia Wells or Mel Gibson. There, because you have to walk from point A to point B, and you're like, oh my gosh, I just saw you, right? It's so
Yes,
fun.
I get that a lot because whenever I walk by and I see the Martys, I always say, "How about a ride, mister?" And then they just, their face turns red and they get so excited. And
I love that.
I'll just like tap one of them on the shoulder and say, "Hey, how about a ride, mister?"
So cute.
I love it. I have so much fun at these things. And you're right. Everyone becomes a kid. Everyone loves these iconic movies. And just to be able to really see that level of joy
Yeah.
in each and every person, where else in life can you go anywhere and really see that kind of experience, that level of happiness and joy from everyone?
Amen. It's so true. I know that Dan Borowski had been telling me a little bit about your background because you're not just a famous, beautiful movie star in all these different shows and appearing this weekend, but on a personal note, you've been a caretaker. You cared for your mom, for example, with breast cancer. You've been through it. You've been living your life, and I would imagine that with everything you have gone through, so many of your fans, relate to you, Claudia.
Well, thank you for saying that. Yeah, I hear a lot of stories about people who've taken care of their mom or dad or brother or sister or child who's been dying of cancer. It's a really tough one. But you're right, there's a lot to me besides all the television and film. I've owned a men's clothing store called Armani Wells for 34 years, and I run it myself. It's open by appointment only, which is fabulous because that way I can still travel the world and not let anyone down. But yeah, I'm a single mommy from pregnancy. I have a wonderful 30-year-old boy.
That's wonderful. That's
Yeah, so
beautiful.
there's definitely a lot more than my being Jennifer Parker, though my being Jennifer Parker has affected my daily life probably more than anything else I've ever done, for sure.
I gotta ask, because I've always wondered, Claudia, you're not being Jennifer Parker in 2 and 3, part 2 and 3, and this
Right.
caretaking of your mother. I wonder what that decision that you had to face there when you decided that the family does come first a lot of times, and you had to take care of your mother instead of continue on with this amazing franchise. What was going through your mind when you had that decision?
That's such an interesting question because it was a non-question for me. So it wasn't a matter of going through my mind of what do I do? What do I do? It was, I'm going to step back from acting right now and deal with this family trauma that's going on. And I'll come back to acting another time. I didn't realize that I'd be able to get to be Jennifer at all of these shows all over the world for years and years and years and years. I had no idea it was going to come back like that. I just knew my life is not acting right now.
Yeah. Well, family
So
comes first.
yeah, it wasn't like it was a back and forth or a tough decision. My mom wanted me to do the movie. I was not in an emotional place to be able to do anything other than what I was doing.
You're a sweetheart. Well, listen, I hope I see you this weekend. It
Oh,
begins.
please, yes.
You can go to fanexpohq.com And it's cute. They have a countdown, 2 days, 5 hours, but it's...
Dawn, you know Chris in South Philly. Chris
Yeah?
is going crazy right now to hear Claudia on air with you.
Oh my
he's a
gosh.
huge Back to the Future fan,
really?
and he said he will be seeing you this weekend. See you tomorrow, Claudia. Yes.
Oh,
And
that's
some
so
other
cool.
listeners.
I'll have clock tower flyers for everyone. I've got tons of pictures that are really, really, really fun. And I always spend time with each and every fan to make sure that they have a super extra special experience.
Well, listen, Claudia Wells, we're going to give you a Philadelphia warm welcome this weekend. It's May 16th through the 18th, so Friday through Sunday. And you can check out the site, the Fan Expo Philadelphia site. But what an incredible, it's a really an honor for us to talk to you and interview you. And I hope we see you this weekend.
That is so kind of you to say. Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited. I'm on a red-eye this evening. So
nice.
Oh,
I'm going to be at my store during the day, then I'm going to pack, then I'm going to catch the flight, then I'm going to be able to relax and have fun with everybody.
Well, I hope the sun comes out just for you. Claudia Wells, thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you, too. God bless you.
Thank you. So it's May 16th through the 18th, Pennsylvania Convention Center. Like I say, just go to fanexpohq.com. You can get all the tickets. You can do a 3-day pass or, figure out what you want to see. But a lot of big celebrities here. It's going to be a lot of fun. I every year, I love this. So this is pretty cool. So Jonathan, my stepson, because he has his own, they do a podcast on this. He has like thousands of comics. So they actually have a booth.
Who's this?
Jonathan Menti.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So
that's awesome. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow. Are you big? Because we kind of get hints sometimes, but I feel like often you're watching, because of your sons, superhero movies or a lot of 24 crime type shows.
Totally.
Yeah, that's your kind of vibe.
Yeah, I love it. That's my life, being a boy mom.
I love it. I love it.
So it's Legos, it's all of this, the comics, the Star Wars, like all the action characters. They love John Cena. That's who they want to see this weekend. But it's really
well, you won't
pretty,
be able to see him, Dawn.
Well,
you can't see John Cena.
You can't see him, or it would be
online meme for those that are. Yes, I'm happy you got it, Dawn. Thank you.
I got it. Tee-hee. Well, listen. All right, we did our little escape, but we'll get back to the news, from Back to the Future to Back to the News. But she was what a sweetheart.
She is.
She
really is.
Greatly, and that's just it. Everybody is. There's this fun, playful spirit. So it's not that anybody takes themselves too seriously, but everybody's dressed up and there's food and
Dawn, I go for the sole reason. Like I make a plan to go to these Comic-Con, Fan Expo type things, because walking around, you have the cosplayers and you can sit down and people watch for hours.
Yes.
And it's just, you're trying to pick out, do I recognize that character? How bad are they? Wow, what would make someone want to wear something like that? It's a lot of fun just to sit there and watch people.
It is.
But on top of that, you get to meet all these great celebrities and such. Good stuff.
You're right. It's It's probably the best people watching place. That's a great point.
That or the Atlantic City Boardwalk.
See, Wildwood's not too far behind. So we're watching all the breaking news locally, nationally. We have some really incredible local stories that are making international news as well. We got it all covered for you. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
In any weather, I'm never better. Your boy's so hot, you never catch me.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
White Marsh Township officials have canceled their annual 4th of July parade, and residents of Monco Township are none too happy. This is about allowing anti-Semitic protesters that we have seen throughout this listening area to continue to instill fear in people. To me, I would argue, show goes on. We will do what we do every year around or on the 4th of July, and we will make sure that we are properly prepared in the event any of these threats come to fruition.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Well, that was a long build-up, Dawn. Sorry
Yes.
about that. There it is. Give me some Huey Lewis and news after that one.
Yeah, baby, give me some news. So the latest in this news cycle that is incredible, this is that President Trump speaking out, as you know, $200 billion, the headline this morning, just within the past hour, signing this $200 billion deal. And this one, I'm not talking about yesterday's $600 billion with a B with the Saudis. I'm talking about Qatar signing this one, which benefits Boeing. That's big. But also Trump says he does not know if Russian President Vladimir Putin is going to show up for talks on the war in Ukraine. And that's happening tomorrow. I swear to God, I didn't even know this. Remember earlier when I was talking about all the players and how Trump is spinning these plates, and I mentioned Erdogan. I mentioned Turkey, right, which is a key. Guess where they're going to meet? Turkey. This is Istanbul. So now,
What happens on?
Moscow confirms, just to give you the headline, Moscow, a Kremlin spokesperson, Dmitry Peskov. He confirms.
Oh, what a name.
Is that an awesome name?
Dmitry Peskov.
Dmitry.
Give it to Dmitry.
Yes, I give you the information
Yes,
about the
he will
Russians.
release it.
And I love fur, not the faux fur, like you low-energy Americans have. We do the real fur.
My name is Dmitry Peskov.
That's right. Look at my face. Beautiful.
Sorry, distracted there.
So he confirms that Russian diplomats will travel to Turkey, and they are meeting, and this is a hope for peace with Ukraine. So there is a delegation that's meeting with Ukrainian officials that's happening tomorrow in Istanbul, and potentially bringing all of these diplomats from the two at-war countries together. So let's get you at a table. Please give them something good to eat. Maybe some, I don't know, donuts or
McDonald's?
something good. Not McDonald's.
No?
No. Give them,
Dmitry Peskov wants McDonald's.
I would not have McDonald's. I want caviar.
In Mother Russia, hamburger eats us.
But the thing that you won't see in the headlines, at least the headlines, I did look up at one point this morning, and I saw that CNN has a reporter in the Middle East covering Trump, and at least they gave Trump the credit for signing the $200 billion deal, business deal. So that's...
Trump was asked about the situation with Putin,
Ooh, Pootie.
Turkey, when he was on Air Force One. You want to hear it?
Yes.
What happens on Thursday if President Putin doesn't show up in Turkey for the talks with Ukraine? What will you do?
Well, I don't know if he's showing up. I know he would like me to be there, and that's a possibility. If we could end the war, I'd be thinking about that. Now, tomorrow, we're all booked out. You understand that? We're all set.
But you move. He goes.
You will eat tomorrow. And so we have a very full situation. Now, that doesn't mean I wouldn't do it to save a lot of lives and come back. But, yeah, I think they're thinking about something. I don't know that he would be there if I'm not there. We're going to find out. Marco's going. And Marco's been very effective.
What happens on Thursday?
So it's a new thing with the press corps. The Trump team gives you a little balloon, a helium balloon, and then you answer the question. Sorry, the audio was a little toothy there.
We're talking about world peace today.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be funny, though? It'd be like a bit. President Trump says, here, helium.
You should do an entire rally on helium.
Oh, my gosh.
Welcome in.
So Trump, you hear him there. He's saying that in other words, he's all booked out. This is incredible. But he's actually saying if he thinks, and this is the first time, this would be huge because this is the first time that you would get these entities in person with direct face-to-face talks. And this is since this whole war and this hot mess that Trump and all of us, unfortunately inherited, if you will. But when he says save lives, he's speaking about what he said, 5,000 lives per week. And you just think about that. 5,000 lives. And this is on the Russian side, the Ukraine side. He's saying, let's end this. Let's get this done. Let's bring these people together. And so thank you. This is Turkey. I have no question in my mind. And that's, honest to God, I didn't know that was happening tomorrow when I said that at the top of the show, because I just saw it, that in fact this is happening. But that's the power of Trump, that he does have this power and these connections and this respect of these world leaders. You don't do that without, he's calling up Erdogan. He's like, yo, Erdy, you got to do this. We got to have peace, man. Erdy. And, and you know what? The fact that I can be lighthearted, Dan, about it, in the wake of these wars, yeah. and is because I'm so hopeful, and I do. You know me. I'm reporting the news and I'm praying at the same time because
Dawn being optimistic,
right?
No,
it's a shocker.
What is this?
Don't you know?
A day that ends in day.
But seriously, this is the hope and the prayer of all of us, and why we want to really make America great again and make America healthy again. But I would point out to you that this is not an isolationist or an America first, in the sense that Trump wants to make it's Mawa. I think he wants to make the world great again, but just, it's kind of like that saying when you're in flight and they say put the oxygen mask on yourself first and then serve those around you so you don't pass out. That's basically what I see as the Trump philosophy, if you want to talk about America first. That's how I see it. But you can let me know, 855-839-1210. We don't have the official answer from Vladimir Putin, so he's obviously evaluating this. We shall see. Because once they get together, then you risk, if you're Putin and you're really not ready to make the deal, I think obviously the individual who we talked about looked like he was in the principal's office. This is, Volodymyr Zelensky. He has said they'll be there, right? And you know that. And so then Putin wants to look like he's the powerful one. I think Trump has no problem making him look good, fine, whatever, right? Because that's, if you want to make a deal and somebody wants to look good, fine, let's make you look good. As long as we can sit down and sign this thing and end this and get the deal done, that's what Trump is willing to do. And that's why he's saying he's fully booked. He has this incredible whirlwind schedule. Can you even imagine if they could get this all done this week? Just think about that. Getting the peace in the Middle East and the peace between Ukraine and Russia, and we're not hearing about China, then that opens up the opportunity for Trump to maybe in a more quiet setting meet with China, get that trade thing worked out. Wouldn't that be a beautiful thing? And by the way, it's Wednesday. It's only Wednesday morning. Just look at this. This administration has done more since Saturday than the previous administration did in like 2 years. It's amazing to me.
It's fascinating. You're 100% right.
Because they actually work. They don't think. I don't know what to say. And I don't know. Is that Trump? Is that his work ethic? Is that what he just demands? I don't. It just seems like everybody is so gung ho. Maybe part of it, truthfully, you have all of these wealthy people who are not taking a salary, so they're all thinking, "Yo, I want to get back to my luxury life." You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. My billionaire life. I'm done. I want to fix this so I can get back to my real job and my real life. And that's a piece of it. Their motivation, and then they take a victory lap. Scott Bessent, if anybody takes a victory lap, this is Bessent. He seems like he's incredible. And I will say, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, I've told you this from the beginning. I know others here don't agree with me on the station, but I think Marco Rubio has been extremely impressive. And you can see it's the Gemini Alliance. That's what I'm calling it, because they're both Geminis. Geminis always get along. Did you know that?
Yeah. Are you a Gemini?
Of course. That's why I'm speaking highly of Gemini. June birthday people.
Hey, so I'm trying to keep up. It's hard today. There's so much going on. You just went through it all. So I have a couple clips here at your avail. Currently, you have the reconciliation bill being discussed in another hearing, the Energy and Commerce Committee. AOC is making the argument that the legislation, the reconciliation, will kill women. I also have clips on the plane. I have both Moskowitz condemning it on CNN today, and I also have Susan Collins, who was caught in a parking lot, asked about the Qatar Trump plane. And I also have Speaker Johnson on the reconciliation bill, Dawn. So, and I have RFK, Rosa DeLauro just laying into RFK as well.
Let's begin there.
You want to start there?
Yep.
Here we go.
We appropriated, it is the law of the land for NIH research, and to obligate those funds by September 30th of this year. Or are you planning to break the law by impounding congressionally appropriated funds?
If you appropriate me the funds, I'm going to spend them.
We have in the bill. You are cutting the NIH by $18 billion. Or you're proposing to cut it by $20 billion. The Congress appropriated those funds. It passed into law. It's part of the 2024 budget, and we are under a continuing resolution that has adopted the 2024 numbers. How then can you justify cutting $20 billion from the biomedical research budget?
Can I just pause it right there? And I feel like I'm back in middle school where a librarian just had it out for me. Well, I was quite a loudmouth, Dawn, in middle school, but I would get scolded by this very quiet librarian type often. I can't tell you, Rosa didn't have purple hair, but had the same kind of bowl cut with the thick glasses. Rosa DeLauro, I don't know if this is my librarian, but I feel like I'm sitting in middle school right now getting scolded again. All right, I'll continue it.
If you appropriate the money to me, I'm going to spend that
We
money.
have appropriated, Mr.
Right,
Secretary.
then I'm going to spend it.
Then you're going to spend it. You're not going to cut $20 billion
going to detention, Mr.
from
Borowski.
the NIH.
The White House proposal is to do very, very large cuts at NIH.
Well, that is contrary to the money appropriated.
Ranking member.
Yes.
If Congress appropriates me the money, I'm going to spend the money. You have the power of the purse here.
Thank
sure
you.
know that.
Thank you for reiterating that. But I think that I'm not sure the administration really has internalized that. Particularly, Mr. Vogt hasn't internalized that when he says that we can in fact impound money. The money is there. The 2024 budget includes the funding for the NIH. Will you commit to spending the money that is in 2024 in that budget?
As I said, ranking member, if you appropriate the money, I'm going to spend that money.
The money has been appropriated. So the answer to that is if you're not willing to accept the funds
He's
that
making
have
her
been
crazy.
lawfully voted
Making
by
her crazy. She already has
members
purple hair,
of the
Dawn.
House and Senate on the money for the National Institutes of Health. Well, I'm going to hold you to your word that that funding is there. It should be
Good
transferred.
for you.
I can't take her anymore.
I know. Good for you. Guess what? He doesn't have to. He doesn't have to listen to you. By the way, I think he should say to her that coloring her hair with that purple, that purple hair dye going to be banned because it causes all kinds of problems. Is that why she's really upset with him?
Wow, I never thought.
How is she going to dye
If
her
he
hair
bans the
purple?
dyes, is she going to have to wear normal hair?
Yeah.
I don't know.
What's going to happen with Rose and a purple head? Oh, my God.
You want to tell us about your great vehicle there?
Yes, Piazza, right? We're going to get to all of it. Don't worry. And I'll wrap up with a bow. I have more information on Trump. There's just so much. And then there's great local news, too. I'll get to all of that and just quickly update you on everything. But we got to talk about my friends at Piazza. And, I'm broadcasting from the Piazza Premium Autos Studios. We love our friends at Piazza. I had a great experience recently trying to figure out what I should do with replacing my big old minivan, my big mama minivan. Drove like a couch. I loved it. It was a honey of a car for years with the kids, drop off, car lines, all that good stuff. But now I'm in this sporty little adorable HRV. I love it from Honda. It's one of the best selling newer Hondas. So I really love it. So I got the HRV and Larry's in the CRV. That's the top selling SUV, by the way. Incredible lease deals. And I will recommend to you my guys, Ross the Boss, at Honda Philadelphia, Piazza. But the extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, that's my future. So right now I already went from the minivan phase to now the SUV phase. But in the future, I look forward to the luxury phase. That's when they're out of college, okay?
You going for a convertible at that point?
I know, right? Like,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
So, your vehicle from Piazza.
A little Dawn Coupe.
Yeah, this dictates, kind of shows what stage of life you're in. So the extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester. Remember, we all had that great event. Nick Cale wore that tuxedo of his. He makes fun of himself, and Greg Stocker was there.
He wore a tuxedo, and I remember what the tuxedo was. Yeah.
Westchester, that was where that big Mercedes event was. What a beautiful dealership, and they've redone it all. It's gorgeous, great people. Wilmington as well, and Atlantic City. It combines the luxury with the high performance across the full line of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. And from the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find that luxury vehicle that meets your needs. You can just schedule a test drive behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz, or you can always shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. Go to PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Conditions will start to slowly improve today. Skies remain mostly cloudy. Still the threat for some scattered showers into the afternoon, high around 70 degrees. For tonight, mostly cloudy. A shower is possible, low 62. And for Thursday, partly to mostly cloudy. Still the chance for a scattered shower with a high 74.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
At Verizon, we appreciate the sacrifices made by our military community. It's our honor to serve those who serve us. That's why we're offering a discount to military personnel and veterans. $15 off your monthly internet bill with a fast, reliable Fios 1 or 2 gig plan. Connecting you to what matters most is our way of saying thank you. Visit your local Verizon store today. For eligible military, approved verification documents required. One offer per account. Fios 2 gig and Fios 1 gig customers receive a $15 per month discount. $99 setup and other terms may apply. Availability varies. Subject to credit approval and may require a deposit.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
From your kitchen table to our airwaves, the Dawn Stenzelin Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Yeah, so this is technically a local story as Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem calls out Democrat or progressive lawmakers from New Jersey and says they committed felonies while visiting that ICE facility, that federal facility that we've been talking a lot about in New Jersey. So I know she's testifying this morning. Let's listen in.
I would be remiss if I did not address the disturbing actions that we saw last week. There were members of this very committee that took part in an action at Delaney Hall on May 9th that need to be addressed. I served as a member of Congress in this body for 8 years, and I understand the importance of congressional oversight. What happened on May 9th was not oversight. It was a political stunt that put the safety of our law enforcement officers, our agents, our staff, and our detainees at risk. Here are the facts. As a vehicle approached the security gate at Delaney Hall Detention Center, a mob of protesters, including 3 members of Congress, stormed the gate and they trespassed into the detention facility. We have footage of those members of Congress slamming their bodies into our law enforcement officers, shoving them, screaming profanities in their faces, striking them with their fists, and otherwise assaulting law enforcement. The behavior was lawlessness, and it was beneath this body. Members of Congress should not break into detention centers or federal facilities. Had these members requested a tour, we certainly would have facilitated a tour. As a body knows, there are proper protocols and there are procedures that must be abided by.
So, in a way, aren't they insurrectionists? Do I go there? I'm sure they'll arrest these individuals and lock them up for about 3 years without any due process or bail or anything of that sort. I'm starting to sound like RFK Jr. with this stinking... I'm still on this penicillin, if you can believe this, so I apologize for
Move from your
voice.
impression of Melania over to an impression of RFK.
I know, right? So this is, your Homeland Security Secretary, Kristi Noem, testifying this morning. I know that she was on some of the national shows last night and really calling them out.
Mr. Goldman.
Informant agreed.
Sorry about that. I thought I was in key there.
No, that's okay. And, part of this, these are, and one of them, the only one who I'll defend a little bit, and I'm saying this tongue-in-cheek, is New Jersey Representative Bonnie Watson Coleman. The only reason I don't want her locked up, she's a cancer survivor, an elderly lady, but she gave us Mr. Strozak. Remember that? When that dirty FBI wife cheating, that whole mess. And she was like, Mr. Strozak, don't you know what you did? And lecturing him, it was so beautiful.
First of all, Mr. Strozak, I want to thank you for your service. Secondly, Mr. Strozak, I think you made a big mistake.
That was like the look on his face. Mr. Strozak.
Things got heated, Dawn, because MTG tried submitting into record a post from the U.S. Attorney General stating that Abrego Garcia, the guy from Maryland, is an MS-13 member. Representative Dan Goldman not too happy that she suggests that. Take a listen.
Appellate board agreed. ICE officers
You are misstating
agreed.
what the
reliable
Mr. Goldman,
informant.
the clock is not yours right now. She has the floor. Please continue answering the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A Maryland County.
She's not answering the question, sir. No, she's going to answer the question, and then you can object to her answer.
Make sure that she answers the question?
Finish answer. You just said, please finish your answer.
A Maryland County Police gang unit agreed that he's MS-13. A reliable confidential informant agreed that he's MS-13. ICE officers agreed that he's MS-13. An immigration judge agreed that he's MS-13. An appellate board agreed that Kilmar Abrego Garcia, your Maryland man, is MS-13.
Okay.
I
You have
object.
the floor. What do you want to say?
I object because she is misstating the record and the facts. That is not accurate, and therefore I object to that being introduced. There's no.
Mr.
Well, sir, can
Chairman?
I explain? You let her go on.
Go ahead.
There is no final court order establishing
final.
that he's a member.
You want to comment? I got more of it, but why don't you comment real quick?
I mean, here's what I'll quickly say about this. Listen to the way he carefully words that. There's no final court order. So we have his estranged wife beaten up and domestically abused and filing for orders of protection. And we literally have video and audio of her begging a judge for protection. We have body cam video of cops pulling this guy over. Do you know what I'm saying? So there's no final order. Is that's the only point you have to her citing all of these different pieces of evidence that we've all seen? And that's the beauty of the transparency here, is that we've all seen the body cam video, we've all heard the audio, we've all seen the court records. This is tangible evidence. And so, was there a big trial over this situation? No, there wasn't. But is there a preponderance of evidence that let you know that this individual is not some choir directing Maryland dad who's living a quiet life and just going to work every day with, I don't know, sandals and black socks, like a dad, and his pants pulled up high with the belt? No, that's not what this is. This is a guy who was, according to police, an MS-13 gang member. This is a guy who was, according to police, they intercepted him to the point that they called the Biden Justice Department at the time, because that's what the instruction was. And they said, and they had the body cam video that they saved. Why did they save it? And they say, look at this guy, human trafficking, all these different people. That's what this is with all these different individuals, toothbrushes in their pockets, and all this cash in the car. Oh, nothing to see here. And so that's the problem they have with her trying to put something into the official congressional record, because that's what she was doing. That's what Marjorie Taylor Greene was doing. This is public, but it's putting it into the record. That's important.
You want more?
Yep.
Or I object to that being introduced.
See?
No,
Mr.
well, sir, can
Chairman?
I explain? You let her go on.
Go ahead.
There is no final court order establishing that
Final
he's a
court
member.
order.
Maybe he
Establishing.
is. So you should put all that evidence before a judge, and if he is MS-13, he should be deported. That's what we're talking about. But you're misstating what all of that evidence is.
No, I think I'm going to make a point here. You basically just read what the Attorney General said, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't assert that this was a court order, did you? Did you assert that this was a court order?
I read the Attorney General of the United States.
And you have a right on our committee to submit for unanimous consent or a vote if we want to put it to a vote. This for the record, correct? Is that it?
Yes.
That is correct. Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
she has a right.
Can I review what she is submitting?
No, she can submit something to this committee.
But it matters that she just said she represented exactly what the Attorney General said. She has a document there. I would like to see that document.
Let's make a copy
to
for
see if her
everybody,
representation-
and we'll vote on. I'm going to hold on just a second. We're going to hold.
Awesome.
You're calling for the question? We're calling for the question. The clerk, we're going to need to set. Hold on just a second. Brief recess.
So these guys are panicked. That's what I hear. I don't know if you hear anything differently, 855-839-1210. But my feeling is they're panicked as she's trying to put this into the record. And this is shameful that they spend so much time and energy to defend an individual who, according to all these different law enforcement sources, court records, even the woman in his life, and even her ex-husband, the father of her children, who was terrified that his ex-wife and his kids were living with a really bad hombre, if you will. You know what I'm saying? It's just, go ahead. If this is the hill you want to stand on and fight for, go ahead. But I think this kind of battle and the way that it's gone public, and good for MTG for getting that on the record, this is what makes them look ridiculous. Because while I believe in due process rights for everyone, yes, I do, I think you can have all of the above at the same time. So here's what I would suggest. You know what? He's over there in that El Salvadoran facility. I guess they moved him to a lower maintenance or a lower security facility. Let's do a Zoom. You know what?
All right, Mr. Higgins, I'm just asking
hold
to
on.
see the document.
I have the floor. All right, so we have a motion to vote on the submission of this for the record. That's all that has been stated. And
I have a parliamentary inquiry, sir.
Do not interrupt me again.
So they're getting testy.
That's green.
We
by
are
the way.
on the vote on
Chairman
whether or
Green.
not this
nasty.
can be entered into the record. A motion has been made, and we will vote on that motion.
So sometimes I just think to myself, wow, you guys need to catch up. These progressives, these Democrats who think that this is a winning issue to defend somebody who is alleged, I have to say alleged, but he is alleged by law enforcement authorities and many different experts, and this is across the country, and they're all saying this guy is a bad guy. He's an MS-13 gang member. So if you want to have due process, guess what? Here in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and across the nation, you know what a lot of our alleged perps do in jail? They do a Zoom. They do a video court appearance. So let this dude have his due process. Okay, fine. He's over there in El Salvador. We as a nation, we're not allowed to tell another nation at this point that we can extract their citizen. He's over there. So he's not a Maryland man. He's in El Salvador because that's his country of citizenship. But do a Zoom with him. Fine, give him some due process. Let the courts play with this one. Go ahead. Make my day. You're just going to look like bigger idiots. protecting dangerous individuals instead of worrying about protecting us, we the people. That's really what it's all about.
Swalwell,
oh, jeez.
You know, yeah, he really got into it today, trying to hold Noam's feet to the fire. And yeah, here's a 30-second clip of that, Dawn.
So what is your point?
My question is the numbers and the letter MS-13. Could you look at the photo, please? It's right in front of
Are
you.
you saying Abrego Garcia is not a wife beater?
No, ma'am.
That he's not a criminal.
Ma'am.
He's not a human trafficker. And he's not a member of MS.
You vouched for Mr. Garcia when your team said, ma'am, you vouched for him when you said he was mistakenly deported.
Sir,
I didn't vouch for him.
I did not say
in that
he
photo.
should have been deported. Absolutely.
It's so
There was
telling
never a
that you
mistake
won't look at the
deport him,
photo.
And we will not be bringing
Was
him back
it
to
doctored or not?
By the way, I love what Jimmy Fallon just said. He said, the last president pardoned his whole family for shady business dealings with foreign countries. Let's go ahead and skip the TED Talk about the ethics of accepting free planes. That ship sailed, and it was paid for by China. Jimmy Fallon, thank you. I retweeted that. On the other side, I want to update you on a few stories. So I think I have to take a break, don't I? Yeah. But I'm going to talk first about my guys. Marvin E. Cans. Am I talking about my guys at Marvin E. Cans?
You can, but we don't have to.
We don't have to?
No.
I love my guys at Marvin E. Cans. MarvinEKanze.com. MarvinEKans.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Al Budicus. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2007. Today, inflation is taking a big chunk out of whatever money you have. Every time you look at the TV, whether it's eggs, gas, vehicles, something else is going up. Money's just trickling away, but at Crash Proof, it doesn't. Crash Proof Retirement is an inflation fighter. Any money I made in Crash Proof, I'll never lose it. You could take out what you need to take care of your financial needs, to cover the cost of inflation, and your money's still growing while it's in the account. There's nothing better than that. Since 2007, I have no fees, don't pay for anything. My money's safe. Always was safe, always there, always growing. Thank you, Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event happening at the William Penn Inn in Gwinnett, PA, Tuesday, June 10th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. I've got the perfect Father's Day gift for you. Tickets to see the story of Philly sports put to music. With Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra, I've seen the show. It's phenomenal. Conklin with all of his voices and songs, plus celebrity guests. It's sports. It's comedy. It's music. It's Philly.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, Friday, July 11th. And at the Ocean City Music Pier, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
Earlier this morning, I reported the school board meeting that became passionate. This is Bucks County Centennial School District, and they are getting ready to, and they will hire a great man by the name of Abe Lucabaugh. I've reported on him for years. You remember, he was from Central Bucks, that superintendent who was unfortunately caught up in a whole lot of mess when parents and partisans unfortunately made their school board. It became a very contentious situation in Central Bucks, but he's poised to be hired now by the Centennial School District. That's going to go through later this month. All of the news media is ripping into this guy, saying that he's controversial because he had banned from the meeting last night.
No, this is actually from 2023 when he was still Central Bucks superintendent. He's actually talking about the pride flags, sexualized books in classrooms. And
yeah, let's listen into this.
And the books they read and feel like someone else understands what it's like to be in their shoes. There is affirmation and power in that. But make no mistake about this, I will defend students and defend against anything contributing to the sexualization of students. I will never condone any behavior or any decision that promotes the sexualization of children in this district. And I make no qualms about it. That's why, as superintendent, I do not support the district giving students access to graphic images of sexual acts being performed or reading books that teach students how to set up accounts on apps designed for casual sex hookups.
How dare he, though?
So this is a man who, I've reported on Abe Lucabaugh and was in the heart of that whole school board hot mess that was contentious and unfortunate at Central Bucks. He will be hired by Centennial. You know why? Because he is a great man. He's a dad. He's loving. He's caring. Go ahead and I've reported on this, but I just want to take you back for a moment. There were victims who had said that they were abused by somebody who was a teacher in the other district. And at the time, the DA's office had said, we don't see any, we couldn't find, they investigated, they said, our investigation doesn't show criminality. Abe Lucabaugh was the one and credited, and I know some of these, he was credited by saying, I'm going to believe these kids. Something horrible happened to them. And because of him and his persistence in protecting kids, that individual then, as you well know, was first suspended with pay, and ultimately then there was a conviction. So he stood for the kids, and that's who he is. Abe Lucabaugh, just a good man. I know that he will get this job, and my goodness, it's to the benefit of all of those kids and parents in the Centennial School District. Don't believe the fake news here, but I just wanted to get that off my chest at the end of my shift. I know I've been reporting on it this morning. Dom Giordano is in the house. Hey, Dom.
Hey, Don, thank you. We have Kim Ward, the head of the Senate, voter ID. Why does the Senate object to it? There are a lot of reasons. The budget, SEPTA, and also Marcus Hayes, great sports writer, goes after not Pete Rose, but President Trump because of Pete Rose.
Of course.
Yeah.
The Dom Show starts right now.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating. We've been protecting Delaware Valley homes and businesses from pests for 35 years, all while supporting our local community. We also support those who protect us, our veterans. Robert Rutherford, our Director of People and Culture, served 10 years in the U.S. Marine Corps. We at Hoffman's have made a commitment to hiring veterans. Our veterans are valued, and the skills you learn in the military are transferable. Join the Hoffman's family and visit us at hoffmansexterminating.com.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. We are loaded up today. We'll talk with the head of the Senate, the last thing standing between us and more tyranny in Pennsylvania. You got Josh Shapiro. You got the Democrats with a 1-vote margin running roughshod. Kim Ward hasn't been with us in a while at 12:30. She's got a lot to report on SEPTA money, voter ID, school choice, a whole bunch of stuff. We'll also talk with Jack Ciattarelli, fresh off the endorsement by President Trump. And we got a couple of other folks stopping by. Helen Hunt. What the heck is Helen Hunt going to do? Well, she's written this book on geopolitics on the moon, and she'll be here to discuss it. Now, she's coming for Fan Expo. But I got to tell you a couple of things. One, I got some pretty good news on the Rizzo statue. Nothing definitive yet. I know we're all impatient. I and Dan is too. But I will tell you, you're going to be happy with it when this comes about. And it could be in a very near future. We'll bring it to you. And I think it will be spectacular. All right. So it's in motion. All kinds of things. Also, Dan and I and a company, boy, it takes a lot of people to do a podcast. Launched today the first podcast for Old School, New School, Next School. This is a national school choice thing, heavily backed by people. And I interviewed Ryan Boyer, guy that we have to get on more. I haven't met him in person yet. He's the head of the building trades, 40,000 strong in Philadelphia. And yet he was unabashedly school choice. The stuff he said in this was inspirational. Even the people working with me, the tech side, were like, wow, this guy is going places. Well, he's already there. So you're hearing it first when we launch it, when it's officially up. You'll see why this is kind of explosive stuff. You get a guy like this supporting school choice, and he was very balanced, but very much, he kept on saying he's in the Dom Dome, which was true behind me. As this was going on. You can't do better than that. The head of the union and I, I mean.
You're making comments about being in the Dom Dome.
Yes, several times. We'll have some cuts. We'll play of that. But he is how his grandmother ran a speakeasy as part of the way he was able to get tuition money to go to the Jesu school.
Wow.
The grandmother running a speakeasy. I think he said he may have been in there, too, with shuffling cards or something like that. Now, that's the story. That'll be out every week. I'll tell you more about it. It is exciting, and it's going to be great stuff. We hope to get the president on it in the near future. Yes, that's what's happening.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So, as far as... Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I just have a lot of questions about this guest, but I'll just have to listen.
Yeah, when you listen, then we'll have
Because
more.
I'm like, shucking what? Like, to pay for this education. It's fascinating.
Oh, yeah. Well, Geraldine Ferraro, who was a friend, I know that shocked some people. We bonded over attacking Obama, I think. The first female vice presidential candidate, she told me how after the war, her parents didn't have enough money to continue funding her private school, Catholic school. So the nuns in Italy sold their land, the Ferraros, because you couldn't do that because of the conditions after the war. And then they laundered the money and sent it to the nuns in the United States to pay for her education. When you have laundering nuns, that's pretty dedicated stuff. That's pretty good stuff, okay? All right, but I am proud yesterday of what we brought you when we have some developments on this. We have the Pete Rose story. We have President Trump. And I have mixed feelings about the Saudis and the Qatarites. I don't know what they're called in Qatar or Qatar. Qatarites, the Qatars, they're bad, all right? So, look, I realize we're doing stuff here to try to bring peace and all that. And, in fact, I have a great cut of Trump talking about that. But that doesn't mean I'm carte blanche on all this stuff. So we'll get to it. But yesterday, we had on a great guest toward the end of the show, a listener, Christine Balser, who has a petition up. You can see it at Dom Show 1210 to say restore the parade that's been taken away for July 4th over in White Marsh. And in the course of it, she mentioned that White Marsh was the scene of several battles during the Revolutionary War. So picture this. People actually bled on the roads of White Marsh, yet these clowns now, 5 Democrats are in charge, have called off the parade. And yet late last night, the Abington people, now it really wasn't in the purview of Pat Malloy. I want to be clear about that in the past. They restored their feet. They're the, Abington Hospital, the ladies of Abington and all that stuff that had been canceled last year by Upper Moreland. After 111 years, they canceled it. What was their reason? Safety and security. These petty little dictators. So they've restored it. Can we get White Marsh, the scene, so Washington loses the Battle of Germantown? It's reenacted every year. And in the beginning, DJ and Luke said, why are we going to a battle, to Roe, where the Revolutionary War people lost it? Well, because it's right there in Germantown. You know, you hear gunfire, you think, oh, that's Krasner land. It's also, Germantown reenactment. And the British were stalking Washington. Skippack Pike is mentioned, places like that. And they ended up having several smaller battles in White Marsh. There you go. Battle of Germantown. And yet White Marsh can't have this parade unless we stop them, convince them, because the police chief and they say somebody got run over in Vancouver. What a world we live in. Now look at the example. Abington is now going back to the big event. Thanks to listeners letting me know instantly on that. And there's an election coming up next week. Now, I don't know exactly all the players. All I know is it's 5 Democrats, there you go, in charge of shutting down another holiday. Can they be convinced that the community and the greater community, they're a national spectacle. They were on CBS News last night. What the hell's happening here that you can't do a parade that's 1 mile? All right, so you can sign your name to the petition. It just says, come on, restore the parade. Wherever you are, you can be listening on the Odyssey app. I don't care. You're halfway to the moon. Sign that petition at Dom Show 1210. I pinned it at Dom Show 1210.
You pinned it?
Yeah, I pinned it.
Wow,
it's worthy of that. Oh, yeah, this is all out. Yeah. Abington, come on. We still invite them to come on. The chief, and whether these people have lost their minds, but their instincts are that way. Out of an abundance of safety and caution. They have a holiday parade. Are they going to cancel that in advance, 6 months in advance? Well, we hear because of the tariffs or something. So they do have their primary election. I'm trying to see the name of the Republican here, since it's 5 Democrats. Cancellation of White Marsh's 4th of July parade puts new spin on upcoming election for White Marsh Township's Board of Supervisors. And I'm looking at the 4 Democrat, the White Marsh Township Board of Supervisors primary election on May 20th. There are 2 seats up for election on the Board of Supervisors, and each party has 2 candidates running. Democrats and Republicans will be able to cast 2 votes and only have 2 choices to select from. If the voters are dissatisfied with their choices, they can choose to write in other names or undervote. Wow. Democrats have a 5-0 majority on the Board of Supervisors. Now, I didn't say that yesterday, but I predicted it. Who else would do something like this? 5 Democrats spoiling stuff again, causing problems again at the local level, all the way to the national level. And I actually had a guy call me and said, well, I don't understand. It's not safe. Somebody could run them over. My God. All right, then there's Pete Rose. Now, I interviewed Pete Rose once that I remember. And I'll tell you this, my hand was on the dump button all the time. Lenny Dykstra, I had 2 hands on it. That guy, we got him at his car wash. It was brutal. But the commissioner of baseball apparently called President Trump in Saudi Arabia yesterday to tell him that he had taken the ban off Pete Rose, the restricted list, because of his death, and shoeless Joe Jackson. I think I can distinguish between the two. Now, I'm not saying if I were on this committee, I would vote to put automatically Pete Rose into the Hall of Fame because he did violate one of the cardinal rules of baseball. He was a manager. He bet on his own team. The problem is there, you bet on your own team. You know how baseball is with pitchers. You might bring someone in to pitch to win that game while also messing up down the road, but you don't care. You want to win that game. In theory. Now, shoeless Joe Jackson got paid, by all accounts, and tried to throw the World Series, the Chicago White Sox, when they were in the World Series way back when. So on that account, I don't think he gets to be in the Hall of Fame. But the thing that's making news on this, again, is Trump's involvement. Trump has talked to the head of Major League Baseball prior to this, and Marcus Hayes goes into a tirade. Again, you can't count on these baseball. They didn't like Pete Rose. And look, Pete Rose was crude, allegedly was involved with a girl that he was involved with long-term that was 16. I don't even know by Kentucky law or wherever they were, legalities of that. And Pete Rose was just a ballpark. How many of these guys are crude, though? How many of these guys, do whatever they want as long as their athletic talent is there? I always admired him, the all-out play, the play in the All-Star game. The play that I think is my favorite in sports, Bob Boone, 1980 World Series, muffs a pop-up, catcher, foul ball. Rose is right underneath him, catches it off his glove. You're not going to see a whole lot of guys necessarily do that. So I think he pushed the Phillies to the World Series. And Mike Schmidt is one of the biggest defenders that's been pushing this. Marcus Hayes attacks the Phillies. How dare they? And he says that expect the committee to reconvene sooner than 2027 and expect a lot of Pete Rose merchandise to be sold. He says Rose made it his last appearance in a ballpark. He called a female reporter who asked him about the 16-year-old Babe, then offered to buy her forgiveness with 1,000 autographed baseballs. I'm not saying this guy's a good guy, not reprehensible in a number of ways. But when you're taking a look at all-time baseball players, he's the leader in at-bats, hits, singles, I guess, 24 years, MVP and World Series, 3 batting titles. It goes on and on. Not only that, this is the guy you want rounding third base. You don't want to be the catcher. So in the end, maybe he belongs in the Hall of Fame. Why is it such a thing? Because Trump's involved. And Hayes says that he believes that Trump supporters and the annex of Rose, he says, the Pete Rose mania fueled by staunch Trump advocates. Not every pro-Rose person is pro-Trump, but it's been my experience that the two groups are very nearly homogeneous. Get it? We're like Pete Rose. What in the world goes on in the world of sports? Now, this is the same guy who, when we had players going to the White House, we saw the difficulty with Marcus Hayes. How did the sports pages become the geopolitical page? Well, they have. So if I had to predict, I'm not sure Pete Rose gets the votes to get into the Hall of Fame. All right, let me give you the side.
You see the Phillies released a statement on that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they're supportive vaguely,
Yeah,
right?
okay.
Yeah. I think they did the right thing. I mean, they remember, and truth be told, I think he did drive them to that. They were close, but he was the guy talking to Mike Schmidt all the time about how great Schmidt really was, which he was.
Yeah, they actually wrote that. They said Phillies support today's decision by Commissioner Manfred
Right.
in Major League Baseball to remove Pete Rose from the permanently ineligible list.
Right.
As one of the greatest players in the history of the game, Pete made significant on-field contributions to the Phillies over his 5 seasons with the club, highlighted by our first World Series title in 1980.
There you go. All right, let me give you the side. Dan saw this on Peacock, that there's a spinoff of The Office called The Paper. So what we're looking for today is a spinoff show. Could be a film, could be a TV thing, could be any kind of spinoff. And a spinoff's a little bit different than a sequel, although I think they cross lines. I'm going to say one of the greatest successes as a spinoff was The Jeffersons. Jeffersons is probably in the top 50 shows various times rated, spinning off, of course, All in the Family, which sometimes is voted the best show in the history of TV. And I'll take on the other side, Godfather 3, which should never be shown anywhere again. Of course, shameless plug, we're going to meet one of the people in Godfather 3 when we go to Sicily. Oh, God. Loved you in the film. That was great what you
It's
did
such a
with the
good film.
Good
All-time
film.
great.
Tell
Yeah.
us more. What was your big line in Godfather 3? Well, the sad thing is there are 2 or 3 lines, I would say, in Godfather 3 or scenes that are in the top 10 of the 3 films. Wetting the beak. Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. And when they shut the hotel room door and shoot them with a helicopter. Pretty good. All right, Dan, what do you have?
I'm going to actually take one that you're fond of. I'll go one that comes from the same source material, 2 spinoffs, one on the good, one on the bad. One you're a fan of. I thought you'd say this one as an all-time great spinoff, that being Better Call Saul.
Yeah, that's pretty close, too. The Jeffersons is the one that most people, but I would, as far as art and quality, Better Call Saul is in some ways even more intense than Breaking Bad. Yeah.
And on the other side of things for Breaking Bad, El Camino, that spin-off film that was I tried watch. I just couldn't get into it.
I was okay
I
with
was
it
over Breaking
because
Bad by that time.
I wanted more of Breaking Bad, so it satisfied something, even though not good.
And one more, Dom, a very notable spin-off, this one coming from the world of Happy Days, which produced tons of spin-offs, but really the escalation of a great man into a career, a legendary career, that being Robin Williams and Mork and Mindy, Dom.
That's a great one. Yeah, pretty good show, too. Yeah, Robin Williams. Henry, how about yours?
Yeah, so 39 years ago Friday, the movie Top Gun was released.
Ah, yes, there we go.
And it was only however many years later, 2022, so you
Right.
can do that math, that the far superior sequel / spinoff Top Gun Maverick was released.
Far superior?
I don't know about that. I think that's
come on, bro.
That is recency bias
I
of
don't
the
think
highest.
so.
Recency
I
bias.
watched
Yes.
Top Gun Maverick, and then you go back and
Yeah.
watch the original, and you're like, these movies aren't even on the same planet.
Oh, my God. All
Maverick
right,
is
please
so much
send
better.
cards and letters to Henry Michette.
Now,
Yes.
I got to say, though, Henry's young enough where I don't think he has the nostalgia bite
That's true.
of the first one.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Where, I mean, back in the 80s, all movies were corny, I feel.
Oh,
yeah, right.
And I feel what makes Top Gun great is its corniness in itself. You have
Yes.
you know,
What makes Top
Iceman
Gun
with
Maverick
his
great,
corny
too.
Yeah.
volleyball scene. And
I would agree.
I just
That's part of it.
I don't think you can make the argument that Maverick's better.
I
Come
think
on.
Top Gun Maverick is also corny, but I also think it's a total popcorn movie. Like, you get a large bucket of popcorn, you're going to finish it by the end of that movie.
It just seems like a money grab by a studio.
That's the hot take of the day here. All right, do you have another one, Henry?
I do. How about music streaming? If you remember back in the 2000s, 2010s, you'd have to go on iTunes.
Right.
Or maybe you'd torrent something off of a website, who knows, pay 99 cents or $1.29 to just purchase a song.
Those days,
that was whack. Now you can just pay one of these streaming services, whether it be Spotify, YouTube Music, or Apple
I like
Music.
that.
Spin-off.
Yeah, Spotify is spin-off of iTunes.
Yeah.
Ah, very nice. All right, so it doesn't have to be a film or a TV show. And again, you got to bring something good. Don't say something, that everybody knows. We got to go, no. All right, 855-839-1210. Excited to bring you Kim Ward, head of the Senate, coming up at 12:30. But your calls are next with Dom on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
White Marsh Township officials have canceled their annual 4th of July parade, and residents of Monco Township are none too happy. This is about allowing anti-Semitic protesters that we have seen throughout this listening area to continue to instill fear in people. To me, I would argue, show goes on. We will do what we do every year around or on the 4th of July, and we will make sure that we are properly prepared in the event any of these threats come to fruition.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Well, spring is here, and it's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old, drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you got to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and let you start your project with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including a more comfortable home and lowered monthly energy bills, while you'll have the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Right, your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Stop, Sebastian. Goldie is not dinner.
Right, your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Want to avoid a big home repair headache? Call PJ Fitzpatrick to fix the small problems before they become big ones. PJ will come to your home with a complete shop on their truck, and they can fix it all. Same day. Poorly sealed windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, and leaking roofs. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. Visit them at trustpj.com. With over 40 years of experience, they'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com and stay off the ladder.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time, so we are continuing to monitor. We'll give you an update on the petition. I think it's June 11th or 12th that there's another town council meeting in White Marsh, and I think will be well attended. They are beyond ridiculous. Abington did something like this last year. They came to their senses, and their big event is on. And it was Upper Moreland, apparently. Safety, security are paramount. It's ponies and women's auxiliary of a hospital. These petty, I have never checked Upper Moreland, whether Democrats or not, but they're local that are doing all the way up to the national level. Can't talk to them. You just have to defeat them at every job, every post, every part of your life. And if it's a good Democrat, tell them to change parties so we know that. Not that we don't have rhinos that we have to root out too. But my God, White Marsh. And I'm glad Christine, our listener, told us too that the battles that were fought there, more minor, but they were. All right, so we got that going on. Here's President Trump. Here's the part I most agree with that was fresh in this visit to the Middle East. Here's Trump in Saudi Arabia talking about peace and attacking the so-called nation builders. That was Trump. They did more wreckage than the nations they built. Cut 6.
And it's crucial for the wider world to note this great transformation has not come from Western interventionists or flying people in beautiful planes giving you lectures on how to live and how to govern your own affairs. No, the gleaming marvels of Riyadh and Abu Dhabi were not created by the so-called nation builders, neocons, or liberal nonprofits like those who spent trillions and trillions of dollars failing to develop Kabul, Baghdad, so many other cities. Instead, the birth of a modern Middle East has been brought by the people of the region themselves, the people that are right here, the people that have lived here all their lives, developing your own sovereign countries, pursuing your own unique visions and charting your own destinies in your own way. It's really incredible what you've done. In the end, the so-called nation builders wrecked far more nations than they built, and the interventionists were intervening in complex societies that they did not even understand themselves. They told you how to do it, but they had no idea how to do it themselves. Peace, prosperity, and progress ultimately came not from a radical rejection of your heritage, but rather from embracing your national traditions and embracing that same heritage that you love so dearly.
All right, let's be upfront with this. Can we talk here? I mean, I agree with them with the Bushes and the nation building, and that's wrong, and let them alone. But let's face it, I'm not buying into their cockamamie traditions here. Neither are you. You know what the Saudis are. They're killers. They're sitting on oil. And the people in Qatar are the fronters for Hamas. So I'm on board with the president saying we're not going to be doing unending wars. That doesn't work. We're not going to be doing what Bush did here. But I am not going to be accolading people that fundamentally their traditions, and you could say, the ugly American, Dom, they're rotten. But I realize in his position, that's not what you do as president. In my position, I call them as I see them. They're rotten. Is there any doubt? Qatar, Saudi Arabia. Even simple stuff of what they did to Gulf. Give me a break. They're rotten. Up and down the line. Quote me on that. All right, side question going on. Hit us with that all-time spinoff. We're going to talk with Kim Ward, who is in the real power position because the Republicans in the state Senate, they are the ones that are trying to restrain Josh Shapiro and the Democrats in the House, and they got a lot of big stuff coming up. She's next. Hey, let's talk about my friend and dentist, dental care essential, of course, Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. One of the things I like about Dr. Bentz is he doesn't offer just one solution. You get buy-in as a patient. Recently, I decided and then completed a dental implant. And I can say the experience was great because of the time we took. This came on over the course of a year or more and determining, this is the right thing to do. Dr. Bentz knows every smile is unique. Your implant journey starts with a comprehensive diagnosis using advanced imaging and technology combined with personalized consultation based on his years of experience. Dr. Bentz will explain this in detail and offer all options to you to make the right decision. Why not get the smile that you've always wanted? And more importantly, great dental care. Call the Bentz Dental Group right now. Get that initial evaluation, 610-272-6949, or visit BentzDentalGroup.com. Dr. Bentz, my guy for 10 years, 610-272-6949.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to tell you about a full-day event we're having on Saturday, June 14th. Not only will you learn stock options and real estate, but you'll also learn asset protection, you'll learn how life insurance really works, and so much more. To sign up for this event, go to 4mmw.com. That's the number 4mmw.com. And I'll tell you what, if you put in the coupon code WPHT, you're going to get a free ticket. That's it, 4mmw.com, coupon code WPHT.
Parks Racing and the Pennsylvania Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association invite you and your family to Preakness Stakes Day, Saturday, May 17th. Gates open at 10 a.m. for live horse racing. Free family fun from 1 to 5 in the Picnic Grove with moonbounce, face painters, and more. Plus food and beverage specials. Advance wagering on the Preakness Stakes begins Friday, May 16th. Preakness Stakes Day, Saturday, May 17th at Parks Racing in Ben Salem. Come play, win. Gates open 10 a.m. Post time 12:40. Details at parksracing.com. Must be 18 to wager at Parks Racing. 21 for casino gambling. Gamble number 1-800-GAMBLER.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Big issues, big guests. Always a pleasure to bring you the president of the Senate in Harrisburg. Senate President Kim Ward, State Senator Ward, joins us on Talk Radio 1210. President, welcome back. Thank you very much for joining us.
Happy to join you. Thanks for having me.
Well, we thought about you because we had one of your state senator colleagues on, and I think it was the state senator who sponsored the bill. There were two of them around fairness in women's sports. And in the middle of it, she kind of buried the lead that the Daily Caller now has put out nationally, where this guy who heads up the Education Committee, key figure in the House, accosts young teenage girls that are there for this sports bill and tells them something like, it's never going to see the light of day. He's doing it with these kids, that they're not going to vote on it.
Yeah. When this bill passed, which I think is just all about our biology, right? I didn't think that the House would take it up. I didn't think that the democratically controlled House would take up this bill, because it's why they lost their election last year nationally, because they focus on things that are not where most of the people in the country are.
Right.
You know, they focus on on the 1 or 2% on these issues instead of the overall, how does this affect everyone, Democrat and Republican parents have girls in sports, and girls that could get scholarships for sports, and girls that they want to protect not be hurt by a bigger person that is not a girl, and they don't deserve to have men walking around their locker room. So I think this issue, and as we polled it last year in a different district, you could see it. This is not a populist issue for the Democrats. So I don't know what they think they're doing. They should come back to the center, come back to where the real world lives, and protect the women in sports. Instead of worrying about hurting somebody's feelings, we need to do what's real and what's biologically real.
Senator, but we're told there might be some mechanism other than public opinion, which we're trying to do, telling the Philadelphia Inquirer and others who always talk about democracy, let's just put this up for a vote. What's so hard about that? What else can be done to move them?
Oh, that's a different thought for sure. I mean, you could do a constitutional amendment, right? Let the people of Pennsylvania vote. Let them vote. But, that takes years because you have to do it in 2 sessions. So you do it now, and then you do it again in the 27-28 session. It takes a long time.
Okay. Well, we're doing, any ideas you have, we're on board with this. This is at least an 85-15, 80-20 issue with people. There's no doubt. Now,
yep.
I'm on a show here. It's kind of like our local Meet the Press on Channel 6, which is the powerhouse here, Senator. And last week, 2 weeks ago, I guess I was on last, they were talking about these people in Western Pennsylvania and you guys in Harrisburg with SEPTA. And their argument always is, why don't you understand that SEPTA is the driving force of the world here? You guys are not going to give them enough money. What's your view of SEPTA from where you sit?
So SEPTA is not alone with the public transit, right? They talk about the people from the West, but we do have the Port Authority of Pittsburgh there. Mm-hmm. We face some of the same issues. And I do understand that SEPTA, it serves 5 counties, and we couldn't even put all those cars on the road. But where is the transparency and accountability when it comes to this money? Like, what routes are they cutting? Why are they cutting the routes? What is your ridership? I see you just raised your rates. If you're at 50% ridership, why do you want all the money that you had when you were at 100% ridership? COVID caused a lot of issues. But the bottom line is the state is a big state, and we're a diverse state. We have roads and bridges everywhere, too. We don't just have SEPTA. I understand its importance, and I think that we will try to work to address transportation as a whole. Part of our issue in Pennsylvania that I think is a problem is we don't have a comprehensive transportation plan. What are we doing here? And I can tell you, as one of these folks from the West, every year I pay a higher turnpike fee. I pay higher gas taxes, and I have to pay for parking. And I just think that we need more information from SEPTA. We need more accountability from SEPTA to they're asking for a big outlay. As you know, the governor already gave them, I think, 152 or 153 million, which he borrowed from future transportation projects. That's an issue. Roads and bridges are an issue for all of us. And, so even in Pittsburgh, they did not see that. Even the public transportation in Pittsburgh, they didn't really appreciate it. Took care of just SEPTA.
I hear you. President, the issue of voter ID came up yesterday. There was an actual vote. It's a phony baloney voter ID on the part of Democrats, but at least they're talking about it. So what is it that would have someone vote against this on the Republican side? Is it's too weak, the requirements, and also the trade-off? They'll go voter ID, somewhat weak, if you'll do X, Y, and Z on the other side. How do you see it?
Right. So we're going to have to look at if there's a compromise to be had. I am not in support of a weak voter ID, just like I wasn't in support of the fake marijuana legalization bill. I think, they can send it and say, oh, we sent it and we voted for it, because, again, that issue, when you pull it, is 75, 80%. The people in Pennsylvania want voter ID. So now the Democrats can say, oh, we voted for voter ID.
Okay.
But the details are not. We need, I want to see a voter ID, a picture voter ID. And if you can't afford one, we'll give you one from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, because voting is that sacred here. And it's such a great right that we don't need to, do it half-butted. We need to actually do it.
The marijuana thing you just mentioned, I see what they want the state store system, which has been something that is an anachronism with liquor and would even be worse with this. Is there an appetite, though, potentially remove the state store, some other mechanism for legalizing marijuana? Is it getting closer, in your view, in the Senate, for example?
So I think that people, you need to see a whole bill, right? And a lot of the Senate, this isn't like our priority. It's not our Senate priority to do this. But I'm, looking at a bill that makes sense, that has opt-outs for communities like they do in Colorado. It might be something that the caucus is willing to look at. That state store thing was dead on arrival. It's just, what are we going to do? That's federally, in banking, with the banking and the money, it's illegal. Right. Federally. So what are we going to do? Pay our state employees in cash?
Let me go back to something you said. I was unaware of that. So there could be zones where it would be illegal, opt-outs, and places where it would be legal, potentially.
Well, that is how they do it in Colorado.
Okay.
You can, parts of that bill, which said that you couldn't be on the street smoking pot, I appreciate that. But the state store, I think, again, I think they put it over there, the Democratic House put it over there so they can say, well, we voted for that, and that's where you can get money for X, Y, and Z, although this bill costs money up front. I would never vote for anything to further the state government control, because somebody asked me, another broadcaster in my area asked me, well, how do other states do it? I said, other states don't have state stores.
Yes.
We are Flintstone-like out here. Absolutely not. What we should have done is maybe amend the bill and say we're just going to get rid of state control, and see how the Democrats would have liked that.
I'd be for legalizing marijuana in any way if we get rid of the state stores. Yes.
There you go.
Yeah. So let me ask you while you're here now, give us your insight. Budget season is always something where we finally get some finality. What's on your radar screen that listeners should know about versus, say, Governor Shapiro and negotiating and all? What are we looking at in the budget that's prime that the media may, be fake news on? What are we looking at?
So let's just start with the Medicaid issue. The expansion that President Biden put in as he was out his door is costing us well over $1 billion. It expanded into things that were not medical. Medicaid is supposed to take care of our poor and our kids, not DoorDash, not prisoner homes. That needed to stay, that line item needs to stay taking care of what the intentions were, right? So that line item itself is driving our cost to carry at over 6%. because the Shapiro administration accepted that. Some states didn't, some states did, but we have to fund that now. So it is, we are faced right away with an increase in that line of spending. Fine, we're up there. But if we even just go flat funding without increasing anything in the budget as is, we're already up like almost $3 billion. So what you should be watching for is what changes can we make in the tax structure? I don't mean increasing in people's taxes, but what can we do to help our economy, and what can we cut? And are we going to scream for, as the House Democrats will do, we have another $1 billion for failing schools, please. All the public transit funding.
On that, though, I was
for.
told pretty reliably, it doesn't look like school choice this time around. Can you tell me why? I mean, Shapiro has been on board with that, as you know better than anybody. You called him out on several things with that. Why school choice not the driving force again?
Well, and I'm not saying, I mean, a lot of us are very interested in pursuing school choice. I think that when you look at the governor, just like last week, I think told the Senate Dems he's neutral. When we were going to pass the bill, which we did, the Lifeline, also known as PASS legislation, we passed it out of the Education Committee. He told the Senate Democrats he's neutral on it now. So before he was for it, now he's neutral on it. And I think they leaked that out. I don't know if they were supposed to do that. So I don't think that issue is dead.
Okay.
We don't want it to die. We want to look at it. If you're asking us to put more money into those, and I get really wound up about this, I'm sorry, but we're talking about, billions of dollars into schools that are failing our children, that they're graduating with no proficiency in math or reading. They can't get a job. They can't go to a trade school. They can't go to college. What can they do? Like, we are failing there. We get an F grade for not addressing that. And as you know, I get all hyper about it.
Well, you know what? That is a passion. No, do not do that. I just launched a national podcast today on a very issue about exclusively school choice. And I had on the head, I don't know if you know, Ryan Boyer, the head of the building trades in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
He passionately is for school choice.
He went to a charter school, right? I mean, I think he had
Catholic school.
Something. Yeah.
20 minutes of passion from the Ultimate Union guy on school choice.
And they didn't care last time. And I appreciate him because it takes a lot of courage in that party and with what he does to come out in support. And I appreciate him very much. They just didn't pay attention last time, right? They just still killed it anyway. You have examples. Jordan Harris, didn't he go to a charter school?
Yep.
So did his parents could afford to pay for it? A lot of parents can't afford to pay for it. And those children deserve every opportunity that parents who can't afford to pay for things have. Those are our future, and we are leaving them behind.
Well, I tell you, anytime the passion is welcome here, and please come back again before the budget or when you have something. And if you see that guy that accosted these teenagers, I'm sure Kim Ward would tell him what an embarrassment he is.
Not just an embarrassment. I'm sure I'd probably kick him in the knee. It's all the higher I could reach.
All right, Senate President, thank you very much, Kim. Thank you for coming back today.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Dan, we almost thought I thought a money shot there. I thought he was going to say somewhere else a little bit higher, but we can massage that. I'd love to have that guy come on. Can you imagine running down the hallways telling him, you're going to play against boys? That's it. What kind of maniacs are these Democrats? All right, that was Kim Ward. A lot there. And remember how much what goes on at the state level affects us. It's not just the national level. All right, 855-839-1210. Hit us on the side question. Give me your reaction. It sounds to me like marijuana under the right circumstances could be passed here. Maybe not this time around, but they're sensing, they're not going to do a state store system. But they're sensing that this has gotten traction. And there might be enough Republicans that will go along in the Senate. All right, 855-839-1210.
Kill and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
White Marsh Township officials have canceled their annual 4th of July parade, and residents of Monco Township are none too happy. This is about allowing anti-Semitic protesters that we have seen throughout this listening area to continue to instill fear in people. To me, I would argue, show goes on. We will do what we do every year around or on the 4th of July, and we will make sure that we are properly prepared in the event any of these threats come to fruition.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. If you're thinking about redoing your siding, right now is the perfect time. Chapman is currently offering 15% off James Hardy fiber cement siding, as well as Certainty vinyl siding. Siding's not just for curb appeal, it also acts as a protective barrier against all the harsh weather of all seasons. Whether you want fiber cement siding or vinyl, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding has you covered. With more than 30 years of experience, they complete every project with such care, such precision, and they always go the extra mile to work with you on all the different styles and options that best fit your home. Don't put this off. Take advantage. 15% off today. What are you waiting for? Experience the Chapman difference for yourself. They also offer 18-month interest-free financing. 610-431-8898. 610-431-8898. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano. Boy, big 1 o'clock hour. Jack Chitterelli, who's hot with that endorsement from President Trump, is next. And the local group that we get betting odds from, they have him as a plus 425 to win in November. And Mikey Sherrill, a minus 600? Are you kidding me? This is ridiculous. I don't think these people recognize New Jersey has changed a whole lot here. And Trump's going to be heavily involved in this. I think Chitterelli's the favorite. Let's go to John in Villanova on the spinoff side question. Hey, John, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Tom. I should give you co-producer rights on this because you were talking about those feckless politicians canceling July 4th parades. And what came to mind as perhaps the best spinoff in our history is when George III prompted the 13 plucky colonies to pull away from the mother country, and that's my vote for a spinoff today.
That is so true. The greatest spinoff in history is the United States of America. Beautifully done. I'm glad great minds are alike on that. Thanks, Sean. We'll put you down for that.
There you go. Thanks.
That's going to be an interesting one. You know, you can hit us with the obvious, which is film, TV, and all that. Helen Hunt will be here. I don't think there was any spinoff of Mad About You, or was Mad About You a spinoff of, at one point.
There was a reboot, and it didn't go so
was there? Okay.
Yeah, a couple years ago, and it didn't go so well.
Even in Seinfeld, didn't they mention that when George, couldn't see the movie? Hurry up, Mad About You's coming on. I thought they said that. I think it was on NBC with Susan. It was some show, and I'm pretty sure it was Mad About You.
I don't even know it was a show until right now. So
yeah, no, it was. Oh, it was
Paul and Jamie Butchman, Paul Reiser, Helen Hunt.
Right, yeah, it was gigantic.
Hank
at that
Azaria,
point.
Lisa Kudrow.
Yeah. It might have been even part of the.
Yeah, it was on NBC.
There you go. And it was on probably Must See Thursday.
Well, okay.
I don't know if it was on.
So it was normally on Tuesdays.
Was it?
And then near the end, they moved it to Mondays to help prop up a fledgling night lineup of comedies on NBC. But then they had to move it back to Tuesday.
I was on Tuesday, but I still referenced it in Seinfeld. Yeah. All right, so that's what we're looking for, a spinoff. That was impressive, but it could be a film. It could be a TV show, some kind of spinoff. Now, as I said, Jack Ciattarelli got a big boost, yes. I mean, he's going to beat Spadia, there's no doubt, and rightfully so. And this is the guy that has a shot to win. But I don't see how New Jersey's going to engulf us. Oh, it's Democrat. You know the thing in Jersey, the two-term governor who's a Democrat or a Republican, followed by the other party. And you know how bad Murphy's been. And you know that Scott Presler is the X factor. And you mean to say those are the odds? I don't see that. So we'll find out from Jack. What's the issue when he goes around the state? I think he did 3 town halls yesterday. And he's been on national news because this is where the game is. This in Virginia right now, and we're involved in it. All right, by the way,
actually, so back to the Mad About You ties with Seinfeld. There's a conspiracy out there, TV, theory that they actually take place in the same universe, Mad About You and Seinfeld. In fact, there's a time in Mad About You where Kramer makes an appearance, and Paul from Mad About You actually runs into Jerry Seinfeld at some point, too, in Seinfeld.
Well, New York, same kind of thing. I could see it. But Susan and George Susan referenced it at least once, if not twice. All right, Jack Ciattarelli, big moment with him coming up on Talk Radio 1210.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
It's here. The Memorial Day Mega Sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on Monogram appliances, featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability. You'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation, and Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org. See Joe Conklin in the city where the Marcus tried, Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, July 11th, and at the Ocean City Music Pier, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. In a moment, we'll speak with, I think, the presumptive, and he's running to the wire here in the primary, candidate on the Republican side with a real shot to win in New Jersey, Jack Ciattarelli. I told you the voting odds in this outfit, Josh Barton, that we usually go to for stuff, I find him to be ludicrous. If anything, he might have the edge going into November against this sixsome of Democrats. They're each more radical than the other. So what is this campaign about, and what does it mean if the Republican wins? It means a lot. By the way, a little bit later this hour, 58-year-old Selma Hayek on the cover of Sports Illustrated. And we'll tell you, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I think a good thing, but we'll get to it. All right, let's go to Jack here on Talk Radio 1210. Jack, welcome back to home base here in Philadelphia. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Dom, great to be back with you. Thank you.
How's your tan? I've never seen a guy with a better tan, working the crowds out there and all that. It's a natural thing. And I think we're going to win just because of your cooking skills. Once we get into the real race here, that's going to help.
Is it sauce or gravy?
Wait, we saw. Wait. No, we better not, Jack. You better not answer. What do you say in your part to Jersey?
Well, first of all, with regard to the tan, let me tell you, 15 minutes in the sun for me looks like a week in Bermuda for a lot of other people.
I know that. I know that. It's a great complexion. I envy it. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're out there campaigning an awful lot, and, the sun tends to do that to me. But listen, I so enjoyed sharing the Ciattarelli meatball recipe with the rest of the world. And I'm sorry if anybody was disappointed. We don't use our hands. We mass-produce meatballs, so I go with an ice cream scoop. But that was a lot of fun, and I hope you enjoyed watching it.
Oh, absolutely. Well, we got to get you to do some of that at Mulligan's, as you know. I know the schedule's tight. We're there 3 times this summer. And last year when you told us about the meatballs, we marked it down. So we got it. Jack, the endorsement.
Hey.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say the best way to get the 4 kids over for dinner on Sunday, Dom, I just got to tell them making meatballs, and they come running.
All right, we're marking it down. We're marking it, Jack. Had to be a thrill. The endorsement, just unrelenting endorsement from President Trump, the importance of that, the jolt that gives you in the primary and going forward.
He wants to win, Dom, and he knows that I'm the only candidate that can win in November. We're on the same page with regard to his agenda and my agenda. He's trying to make the country safe. He's trying to make the country energy independent. He's trying to make the country prosperous again. Those are all things we want to do in New Jersey, and I assured him when I'm governor, we will not have sanctuary cities. We will not be a sanctuary state. My attorney general will not be suing him over his executive orders, which is what Phil Murphy's attorney general is doing, and wasting taxpayer dollars in the process. We're on the same page with regard to no wind farms off our Jersey shore, and he's going to allow me to increase our natural gas production and our nuclear footprint in South Jersey. And I'm also very, very happy about that he's open to expanding the SALT deduction on the federal tax return. We know New Jerseyans pay the highest taxes in the country. We want to be able to deduct that on our federal tax returns. And up north, what's really important is New York going down to defeat on that congestion pricing plan. And so we're on the same page with that, and he's helping me out by beating up the New York Democrats over that terrible money grab that New Yorkers are putting on the back of New Jerseyans.
Jack, you're, I can't even say likely opponent, but the one on the other side that really rubs me, well, I'm a former teacher, so the NJEA guy really rubs me, but Mikey Sherrill now, there's a bit of stuff around the military thing. There seems to be a vast usage of lieutenant commander versus lieutenant, and to some that seems minor, but to military people that send me stuff, they don't like it.
It's really offensive, Dom, and what I've said, based on other revelations about her investments, maybe she needs to trade in the Navy bomber jacket for a stock trader jacket. Her wealth has exploded since the time that she's entered the Congress with a number of very, very, let's say, conspicuous stock trades. But listen, Dom, no matter who the opponent is, it's real simple. Any one of them, every single one of them, is complicit in Phil Murphy's failed policies, and he has failed us. Economically, it's why he's raising taxes. Housing, he's overdeveloping our suburbs. On law enforcement, nonviolent crime is through the roof. And on education, New Jersey just slipped from 2 to 12 on the National Report Card. Everywhere you look, this is policy failure after policy failure. Every one of the Democratic hopefuls has been complicit in that, as has the Democratic majority that's ruled Trenton for close to 3 decades.
It's a blessing, though, that it is coming to a head. As I understand it, Jack, people in Jersey are starting to see the electric bills, and we're not even there yet, the full impact of this, what's happened here with the wind farms, et cetera, and all these failed plans. People are going to have tangible evidence. Now, the one guy who at least can pose as moderate, Gottheimer, said he's running on affordability. How in the world can Democrats possibly say it's against you, want to bring up the word affordability?
Well, you know, Dom, to your point, I was recently on a panel with all the Democratic hopefuls, and they were blaming Donald Trump for this, Donald Trump for that. And when I got up, I said, gee, last time I checked, this was a race for governor, not president. What has Donald Trump got to do with the highest property taxes in the nation? What has Donald Trump got to do with our educational system slipping from 2 to 12 on the National Report Card? What has he got to do with overdevelopment in our suburbs? What does he have to do, to your point again, on monthly electric bills being up 20%? He's got nothing to do with any of those things. It's all Phil Murphy's failed policies and a complicit Democratic majority in the state legislature that's ruled our state for 2.5 decades. It all changes on Election Day.
Jack, is there something to, maybe not the most gargantuan, but something you're talking about wherever you go, something you'll do? We talk about sanctuary, get rid of that. What else is Jack Ciattarelli talking about out there on the stump?
On day one, executive order number 1 is no sanctuary cities, no sanctuary state. You mentioned that. Number 2, I appoint an attorney general that supports both police and parents. This attorney general has not. He's handcuffed our local police. They can't do their job. It's the reason why nonviolent crime is up. He's going to work with me, or she, whoever the appointee is, to get rid of cashless bail. That's been a failed experiment. It's created professional criminals. On day one, I call for the resignation of all those that sit on the State Board of Education now that have made all those offensive changes to our public school curriculum. I've already touched upon the fact that on day one, we get a new energy master plan, and that includes getting rid of the electric vehicle mandate of 2035. The Democratic governor of Delaware just got rid of his state's EV mandate. And the reason he did is because it's bad public policy. and I'll be doing the same here in New Jersey. So those are just some of the things we do on day one, in addition to me putting in place an auditor general that's going to take over and identify all the waste, all the inefficiency, and all the fraud in our $50 billion bloated state government.
Jack, to that point that you mentioned, too, the previous attorney general, I think, was even worse, and he's the one that handcuffed the cops, particularly at the Jersey Shore and moving up north. Belmar, here in South Jersey, had to shut down a big carnival, 400 kids storming it the other night, and I'm convinced it's all part of it where police authority was stripped away. They can't diffuse something before it starts. These kids know they're behind the eight ball. If the cop makes the slightest error in any way, shape, or form, there are real penalties on that cop.
Right, and this is everything that's happened under the Phil Murphy reign. Flash mobs on our Jersey Shore. Hey, Dom, when you have only 3 months, June, July, August, maybe half of September to make your buck, and there's a curfew in your town because they can't control the flash mobs, is that fair to business owners? So we're not going to have that under Governor Cettarelli. We're taking the handcuffs off. I don't have a problem with no-knock warrants. I don't have a problem with canines for crowd control. I don't have a problem necessarily with high-speed chases. We're not getting rid of qualified immunity. We're not getting civilian review boards with subpoena power. We're not going to make public internal affairs records. These are trained professionals. If you want safe communities, let them do their job. I and my attorney general and the 21 county prosecutors that I appoint will.
Jack, parting area, and I'm sure on the campaign trail, we touched on it a little bit with schools, the boys and girls sports all over the place, and some of these states, Jersey's one, are not relenting even with executive order.
It's crazy, Dom, and this is why we have school board elections, and I hope the right people will step up because these are the wrong public policies. I voted no on the bill that would allow biological males to go into female locker rooms and female bathrooms and participate in female sports. That's wrong. It's another one of the executive orders out of the president that I support, that we won't be suing him on. And listen, this is one of those things, Dom, the vast majority of New Jerseyans agree with us on. So this is another campaign issue. And you saw what happened up north last week. I mean, we have an ICE detention center in which illegals who committed crimes are being detained. What is there to protest? And yet the Democratic hopefuls for governor are there protesting. I mean, are they how out of touch and intellectually arrogant can you be about your power? The Newark mayor in particular, who's running for governor, is he showing up at Newark Airport where we're experiencing an unprecedented meltdown?
Exactly.
Is he showing up in Newark schools where 80% of the kids aren't on grade level for reading? Is he showing up in the streets where there's all this crime? No. He's showing up at a detention center where we're detaining illegals who committed crimes. I don't understand. What exactly is it we're protesting?
You got it. Jack, where do we go for all things Jack Cettarelli?
Appreciate that, Dom. Jack4NJ.com. It's Jack, the number 4, NJ.com.
Jack, look forward to seeing you at Mulligan's and bring those meatballs.
Will do, Dom. Looking forward to it.
All right, Jack Cettarelli here on Talk Radio 1210. Coming up, one of our favorites, Victoria Coates, who's written all the books on Israel and the Middle East, breaks down President Trump's trip.
You know the story of the 3 bears? They all sold replacement windows. You remember that, right? So Goldilocks goes up to the big bear and he tries to feed her a humongous price. And luckily she didn't bite. She checked out the bear with that unusually low price and realized his windows, well, they're sort of like what the bear does in the woods. But then she called Keystone Window. We're the middle bear. A high-quality Energy Star vinyl window, a better value. Like Goldilocks always says, just right. And you know how the story ends? She lives happily ever after because Keystone Window carries a 50-year warranty. That had Goldilocks singing with joy, so we asked her to sing our jingle. 267-308-2500. 267-308-2500. Windows for a lifetime. Keystone Window, a better window, an honest price.
Need new windows, pick up the phone. Keystone.
Hey, navigation, take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
It's Memorial Day savings all month long at KiaofCherryHill.com. Choose from over 400 new Kias available, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Seltos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at kiaofcherryhill.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Parents in Centennial School District in Bucks County voiced their concerns about a controversial pick for superintendent during a school board meeting. A new report ranks Philadelphia 6th in the country for cities with the most gentrification. And curfews for kids and no backpacks on the boardwalk are among new rules in Wildwood starting Memorial Day weekend.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
White Marsh Township officials have canceled their annual 4th of July parade, and residents of Monco Township are none too happy. This is about allowing anti-Semitic protesters that we have seen throughout this listening area to continue to instill fear in people. To me, I would argue, show goes on. We will do what we do every year around or on the 4th of July, and we will make sure that we are properly prepared in the event any of these threats come to fruition.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. All Dom Giordano listeners, follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, it is Dom time. Victoria Coates from the Heritage Foundation, her new book on Israel, is nobody better to have any day on, as you know, but breaking down President Trump. He arrives now at a state dinner in Qatar. We've seen Saudi Arabia. Some of this, I'm very much on board with it. Some of them not. Iran in the picture. We'll talk with her about all of that. I heard Nick's point there. I'm not so sure, though, that we're dealing with potential anti-Semitic protesters disrupting the White Marsh Parade. I'm in the camp that thinks it's even worse. These are these petty little tyrants that are doing this with no threat, according to the police chief, other than Vancouver and New Orleans. And oh my God, safety. If it's really the other, why not say that? Or is that worse? They would cancel parades because of these mobs that are coming to White Marsh? I'm more in the camp, these are these petty little dictators, 5 Democrats that are engaged in this. What you can do, let's go to my Twitter at DomShow1210. It's pinned. You'll see it right there. The petition from one of our listeners, and we'll get you an update from her maybe Friday. We'll give it a little more time to germinate. Saying that, no, the people in White Marsh and the area think this is uncalled for, and they want their parades. Life goes on here. What are they specifically afraid of that they just can do this? Last year, Abington did it. And now the big festival they have with the auxiliary ladies and the foundation and the money they raise, now they have taken care of that and it's back. So why is this such a big deal? It's a big deal because I'm sick and tired from the local level to the national. This is very reminiscent of COVID and things like this, that these people, Democrats, progressives, spoil everything. And in this case, they're taking a great tradition away of the 4th of July. That's why it's a big deal. And we heard yesterday somebody called Dan and said, yeah, Cheltenham's apparently considering it. It's like wildfire once they get this into their heads. Every holiday, we have to go through something. They got to be stopped. They got to have to push back on. And the next town council, they'll present this petition and present the reasons. But apparently there's an election this coming week, a primary at least, and it's 5 Democrats that did this. No surprise there, right? I mean, as bad as some local Republicans are, I don't think they would engage in this. But in this case, no doubt. All right, phone lines. Hit us on the side question. We are looking for that all-time spinoff, meaning Peacock is going to be having a new show, The Paper, spinoff of The Office. We've gotten some good ones so far. Hit us with yours. And as I said, with the here's Scott Jennings talking about the president. This will be cut 5. He highlights the upside of what President Trump has been saying that I'm most in agreement with. that Trump is talking about peace there in the Middle East and ways to get to it. I just don't trust the Saudis or the Qatarites, whatever they're called in Qatar. Here's Scott Jennings.
I do think what is remarkable is that, I mean, you've alluded to it. He has remade the Republican Party's orthodoxy on several issues. I mean, it's no small thing. And I think whether it's on trade, whether it's on this issues of war and peace, it's not just the policy, it's also the language. I mean, the party, to your point, had been a hawkish party. We spoke hawkishly. We acted hawkishly at times. Trump speaks of peace before he speaks of war. Not that he's averse to lighting up our enemies when it matters, ask the Houthi rebels. But he has reset the language of the Republican Party in a way that, you're right, it's not the same language of Bush. It's not the same language of Reagan. And I do think he cares what's in the best interest of the United States. I think the political reset that occurred is that all the intervention, all the war and the intervention that happened around the world, a lot of American people, Republican and Democrat, came to the conclusion that it wasn't worth it, and is there a better way, and do we have to be hemmed in by old ideologies?
All right, that's the upside of what President Trump has been saying and looking at. Now, the only thing is, I think he's making the point with Qatar and with Saudi Arabia. Well, look, they did this. They can do it in every country. Why do you want to continue to wallow in the stuff that we see when there's the ability to have this gleaming society? Well, the reason why Iran wants to do it, they're haters. They want to blame Israel. They hate Jews. They don't want Jews there. These other countries hate them too. Qatar is one of them. Saudi Arabia, definitely. Now, will they do the Abraham Accords? We'll see if he can pull that off. That's Nobel Prize winning. But they're sitting on immense wealth. Oil is the most precious thing. Nobody's sitting on gold. Oil might even be, I think it's more valuable in some ways. And yet they can't get out of their own way. That's what's going on. Now, he's trying to be optimistic about it. I get that. He's trying to talk about a better way where these countries could thrive. All right, I think they're losers, and I don't see them having the ability to do it. But that's a better approach than just the same old stuff. And around the edges, Trump succeeding so far. That's better than what we've gotten in policy before with the Middle East, and we continually go through this. All right, we hope to speak with Victoria Coates. So she is the expert of experts on all this. Helen Hunt at the end of the hour. But 855-839-1210, you get on board. And again, this White Marsh story, we're really enmeshed with it. It is amazing. I did not know that White Marsh had the scene of several, at least skirmishes that were major between the revolutionary forces and the Brits. And yet today in 2025, they can't even hold a parade on our most precious holiday. Are we going to see disruptions of parades by the Gaza mob? All you need is have the police there, drag them off. Have a lot more police there, drag off every single one of them. I don't think that's the motivation. I think the motivation is worse here with White Marsh. They have just a screw loose, and they got this police chief. Well, I don't know how this guy's in law enforcement, but I guess he's perfect for White Marsh. Well, we can't protect people. Look at Vancouver. Look at New Orleans. Are you serious? So I want to know, is White Marsh going to do their other holiday parade, apparently when they get closer to Christmas or something? Why do that then? Let's look into the future. Let's just cancel everything that goes on over at Miles Playground. Why have any big public event? Anything could happen. And they say they're not targeted. But good for Abington that they're bringing back something they canceled last year for safety. It's a pony thing. Upper Moreland, another group. I haven't checked. Are they Democrats? Probably. They have the power. And when these progressives get into power, they want to use it. This is very COVID-esque. We saw what they did during COVID. They kept the schools shut. They continue to go down that path. We're still seeing some small businesses, I read the other day in Pennsylvania, still dealing with the repercussions of fines and other penalties that came during COVID. They're not going to give it up. It's the mindset. And I think that's what's operational over here in White Marsh. All right, hit us on the side question, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210. We've talked about, and next week the book actually drops. Each day we get a little bit more from Jake Tapper, who he didn't call out what was going on with Biden. And Robert Hur did. Remember Robert Hur? He was the special prosecutor. He was brought in to see what Biden did making money on his books, how he took government documents, there's no doubt, that he shouldn't have taken, that were sensitive, in order to write some cockamamie book of something or other. Remember all that? And he said the guy was a congenial guy who couldn't put a sentence together. Remember? And he was attacked. He had to testify. People went wild. We never got to see the tape. They were scared to death what the tape would show, who Joe Biden is. And I think Biden was like this, not just right near the end. I think he was like this very early on in his presidency, or close to it. And he was never that smart to start with. Dan noticed in the beginning, even during the campaign, the feebleness. That's something that we emphasized, I guess, because, you saw him falling over and all that. Feebleness is bad. But the cognitive, now it comes out, he didn't even recognize George Clooney. Obama had to carry him around at that event even more than we knew. They were all covering it up. The media was covering it. There is no doubt. Tapper saying on CNN, well, the Biden people kept on talking about deep fakes. And I guess we bought into it. You wanted to buy into it. Anybody with half a brain, whether they're an independent Republican or it doesn't matter. They saw this. It was clear what was going on. And the continuing investigation is going on to find out who was using the auto pen, who was making decisions without presidential authority. By the way, President Trump's second attempted assassination suspect is in court today. And I'm looking at footage of West Palm Beach, September 15th, right before the election. And how in the world did the Secret Service let this guy hide in the bushes there for like 12 hours, this maniac? Victoria Coates will reschedule with us, maybe tomorrow. We'll see. We want to get her on because of all this stuff going on with President Trump in the Middle East. I don't think people much care around the $400 million plane. I'm not in favor of it. But they see what Trump is doing as far as delivering on promises. And Jack mentioned the SALT tax. I'm still not in favor of doing that. I mean, look, he's running for governor in Jersey. It's a tough spot. Van Drew yesterday. I don't think it should be at 30,000, the cap. We keep it at 10. But apparently, they got movement on that. They got Republicans to sign on board. And Jeff Van Drew yesterday said they're keeping some of the green stuff in there. He didn't like that. Yeah, absolutely. So when it all is said and done with this big, beautiful bill, if they get it done, there are going to be a lot of things that maybe we don't agree with. But the overall force of it should be pretty good. All right, let me go to Fred in Medford. And Fred's on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Fred.
Hi, how you doing? I heard your interview with Federelli, and it was good. But my point being, if you ever get his ear again, he has to really pound on property taxes. I'm a senior citizen. I can't leave the state because all my grandkids live in Jersey. And it used to be a 2% rule that you can't raise my property taxes more than 2%. They gave the Lenape School District the authority to do whatever they wanted. And they raised my taxes by approximately $1,200 a year. What, I get penalized? I mean, I'm almost 68. I've been in the same job. My wife's still working.
Yeah, well, look, Fred, I'm hearing. Look, when we had him on, we were trying to get a broad thing. He hasn't been on in a while. When we get to it, certainly in this campaign, affordability, property taxes, number one versus the Democrats on this. It's the area of weakness. And I think, he's put up a lot of charts, graphs, and all of exactly how he would do it. But in the debates, when he's a nominee and when Cheryl is a nominee probably, we're going to see that in detail. What's your spinoff, Fred?
All in the Family sequel versus the movie. I didn't really care for the movie.
The movie as a spinoff of All in the Family. Okay. All right. Thank you, Fred. I don't remember. Oh, the movie. Yeah, I remember. The hype was more than the delivery. I don't think the movie was that bad, though, when we talked about it. All right. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Coming up, we'll talk to Helen Hunt, who's in town, Fan Expo. Not sure if it's the one that William Shatner's, that was last week. A different one. Major players, though, come to Philadelphia. Our buddy Jim DiLorenzo puts these together. Really good stuff. And she is someone who has been both, I'd say, a bigger TV star than movie star, although she won the Oscar for As Good as It Gets with Nicholson. So she's a major player. All right, Selma Hayek. I saw the ladies on The View, the 12 o'clock show, talking about this. At the age of 58, is it this year? She was on the cover, they were talking about, of Sports Illustrated. Now, I have no way of knowing, is Selma Hayek looking that good, that's all natural. That's just her. She's possessed of that. I have a feeling it's basically that. But I wanted to ask, when you see someone her age who looks great on the cover of Sports Illustrated, women, is that something to go see? It says something. You don't have to put 20-year-olds on there constantly. Or is it you suspect a lot of work there? Or is it you suspect, well, no one that you know at that age looks like Selma Hayek does? In other words, is it a plus or a minus in the minds of people? I think on Fox, they were saying it's a total plus. I kind of doubt that. I think there's a sense of, wow, how do you arrive at that? You know, and there's artistry involved. There's all kinds of things involved. I did, Dan, I think we have it up somewhere. I'll put it up on Twitter again. I did Jersey Man magazine. They put me on the cover. I couldn't look that good if I went through, you know, a rehab thing of trainers and months of it. The hair could not be that good. I would defy anybody to have hair like that. Joe of Columbus, I don't think, has hair like that. They just got the perfect, they showed me various covers, and then they started tweaking it. And by the time they got to the flap of my shirt just lay perfectly in their version of it. It was almost Gavin Newsom. I have copies still at home. I mean, I'd like
Crazy
to.
What Photoshop can do.
I'd like to walk around to an event and just hold that to my face rather than anything else. Just look at the cover. And I don't know if you've ever had a picture done when you went, yep, I can never match that again. Let's just keep that as the picture.
Yeah, a lot of my wedding photos were
the wedding photos.
Oh, that's good.
Were,
A good time to be photogenic.
Yeah.
Maisie's were definitely photogenic. Yeah, I mean, they were, you know, incredible. So we all have a photo like that. But when you're in the cover and you see them in the cutting room, fooling back and forth, guys, that's not fit. Well, take a little gray out of here. I need a little more fluff over here. And just how the suit and everything else looked. And that's Jersey Man magazine. I'm sure Sports Illustrated, you know, they have a crew of 100 people doing that cover and everything else.
Hopefully it's not AI working on that cover.
Oh, yes, there might be a problem then, because AI might not know what males want to see on that cover when it comes to Selma Hayek. All right, 855-839-1210. I want you to get in right now. We'll talk with Helen Hunt a little bit later on. We got the White Marsh thing still going. We're trying to talk to our listener and find out how the petition thing is going. We want you to participate in that, and it'll all be coming to a head. As I said, Abington now is going back. They're doing the right thing. They're bringing back an event that was 111 years. Why all of a sudden? Because they can. Because they sit around, these harebrained progressives, like in White Marsh, and I'm going to give you the response, and we invite them on. I'm sure Fred Herron would come on and debate them. Big editorial by the dynamic duo, Batman and Robin, out of Montgomery County. The Mr. Softy guy and his stooge. They have a big editorial why Montgomery County will not help federal authorities in taking sometimes criminal, vicious criminal aliens off the streets of Montgomery County. And guess what? I think the nuts out there in Montgomery County might be in agreement with them. That's next with Dom, Talk Radio 1210.
The most important part of your financial future is the firm you choose. You see, all financial firms are not the same. Traditional firms that sell securities can't guarantee income and are vulnerable to bankruptcies, market losses, capital gains taxes, and ongoing fees. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system continues to protect over 6,000 clients from market losses and bankruptcies, and provides guaranteed tax-favored income with the potential for double-digit interest returns with no fees whatsoever. Our one-of-a-kind proprietary system continues to protect billions of dollars in assets. Are you in or near retirement? There's only one crash-proof retirement for the American retiree. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 10th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-384-7878, 800-384-7878, 800-384-7878.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Right, your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Stop, Sebastian. Goldie is not dinner.
Right, your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Ready to redefine your home's style? Bucks County Estate Traders offers a breathtaking collection of furniture to suit every taste. From timeless antiques to chic modern designs, discover thousands of meticulously cared for pieces, each one inspected for quality. Explore their ever-changing inventory, featuring styles from classic Victorian to sleek contemporary and charming coastal. And with their expert team often reupholstering finds, you're sure to discover unique treasures ready to make a statement in your home. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
This Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways we could show our appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet or giving you your own personal marching band. But we decided on special military offers instead. This month only, we're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card on us when you purchase a new smartphone on My Plan, because we're proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receipt of claim. Additional terms apply.
Conditions will start to slowly improve today. Skies remain mostly cloudy. Still the threat for some scattered showers into the afternoon. High up around 70 degrees. For tonight, mostly cloudy. A shower is possible. Low 62. And for Thursday, partly to mostly cloudy. Still the chance for a scattered shower with a high 74.
Weather sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. The only Philadelphia county that appears to be worthy or possible to save is Bucks County. Delaware County, the Republican Party there, their dominance was beyond belief for as long as I can remember. The War Board, and it was like Philadelphia. And I guess somehow or another, then new people moved in, and now they're solidly, all 5 are deeply progressive. Chester County had that guy escape on a rampage with the dopes that are Democrats in charge, and it didn't matter to people in horsey country. They voted for Democrats again. Montgomery County is Little Philadelphia, so Bucks County is the only place we're holding the line. I love the DA there. I love Fred Herron. Want to honor him at Mulligan's, our Persons of the Year, along with Linda Kearns, if we can get him down there. So the 2 progressives, the Mr. Softy Truck guy and his stooge, the second in command, they write this editorial for the Philadelphia Inquirer saying why, essentially, they're better than Bucks County, and they are never going to allow the use of a law that has local authorities aid in protecting Americans. They actually cite Judge Hannah Dugan in Milwaukee, who was indicted yesterday. Not just arrested, that happened, but now she's indicted. They talk about how ridiculous this is. And they say, here's the biggest gripe I have in this column. They say that Sheriff Fred Herron in our neighboring Bucks County bragged on the radio that his deputies would soon be deputized to help ICE. Wait a minute, Mr. Softy. I give you full credit for your Mr. Softy annex. You could put in there on the Dom Giordano show, he bragged. Come on the radio. Come on. They go on to say the law is on our side, that the president cannot draft state and local officials into implementing federal policy. Isn't that amazing? These people that shove government down your throat every single second, particularly the Mr. Softy truck. Nobody's drafting anything. Fred Herron, in his role as sheriff out there in Bucks County, is trying to use the program, the 287G. They claim it makes communities less safe. Can you imagine? How does it make communities less safe, Mr. Softy, to have local authorities aiding taking vicious criminals off the streets? Well, then, people that are here illegally are not going to call the police on stuff. Then they say mass deportation is fiscally irresponsible. Immigrants strengthen Montgomery County. Oh, really? How do they do that? Well, they diversity. They create jobs. They pay taxes. Tell that to Laken Riley and Patty Morin. Now, Montgomery County, I don't know. People don't realize this used to be among the most Republican counties in the entire state. The most affluent, the most educated. And these people that fled Philadelphia because of how rotten that had gotten, they have won Montgomery County. What is it going to take to turn this back? They don't want to hear next door that Fred Herron, against all comers, is taking on the mob, taking on people that are here violating the law routinely, drunken driving, rape, child trafficking, sex trafficking. They want Montgomery County to know they're not going to help with that. How dare you suggest that we would? So it's not just them. It's the dopes that are out there in Montgomery County now. They fled Philadelphia, but they bring the same policies. By the way, if you happen to notice, Dugan's biggest contributors, the guy running against Krasner, they are in Northeast Philadelphia. Krasner's biggest contributors are in Mount Airy and, wait for it, Chestnut Hill. Chestnut Hill again, insulated from reality. That's where all this goes. So we'll see. I'm praying that Fred Herron is able to get this through, that he makes us safer in Bucks County, and by extension, all over the place. He's doing exactly the right thing. All right, coming up, Helen Hunt will join us. Coming to town, we had William Shatner last week for Fan Expo. Got a lot to ask her about, major TV and film star. We'll be here. She's next. 855-839-1210, you get in. Well, it said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with Sicily. And I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. Ro and you and me and Talk Radio 1210 listeners, we're headed with Conservative Tours, the one and only, to the great spot, this exotic spot, 5544, including airfare. Dining events, spectacular. And you're with listeners. You're with people that are part of this great club. Bustling Palermo, the Quattrocante, stunning Montreal. Call them now. And if you have, make your decision now. You got to act soon. Go to conservativetours.com or call 888-733-9494. Yes, we were kidding about Godfather 3. We'll enjoy that part of the trip, too. The Godfather movies, all three. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you there. I'll see you on Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily. See you in Savoca. You know any of those places? You've seen them. We're hitting them. Call 888-733-9494.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Don't get left in the dark. Power up with a Generac generator from MT Rule, your local Generac generator dealer. Certified technicians properly size and install your generator with true turnkey service. Free estimates, financing options, peace of mind, and annual service contracts. Plus, 1210 listeners get a special offer, a 5-year extended warranty, 1 year of free mobile link monitoring, and a free whole house surge protector. Call 610-539-2920. 610-539-2920.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply now and save with no application fee. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano Show. Big issues, big guests. Last week we talked to William Shatner, who also will be at Fan Expo May 16th through the 18th. And joining us today is another huge star. I have just one big question for Helen Hunt, joining us here in Philadelphia on Talk Radio 1210. Helen, welcome back to Philadelphia, or first time, welcome.
Thank you.
So the question I have is, wherever you keep all this stuff, is the Oscar Prime and Center, or is it all those Emmys? Do the Emmys surround it on your mantelpiece?
My Oscar, all of them are on a bookshelf behind my desk. So I always joke that if there was an earthquake in California, I could be killed by my own awards, which would be a really, really bad way to go. So let's hope that doesn't happen.
Well, I would say the Oscar, but I mean, to do it in both fields, the Oscar just seems so much more competitive. Is that the way it is?
I don't know if it's hard to say it's competitive. I mean, I don't want to poke holes in these awards because I've won them and I'm thrilled to be able to have that always as, a memory. But how do you compare, one person's brilliant piece of work with another? It doesn't really secretly work that way. But when it goes my favor, I always say they don't mean anything unless I win. And then that year they really got it right.
Well, what I would say is, though, that's why you have to have a body of work like you've done. And then you got to win one of those years, despite it being against Gone with the Wind. You were out there with so many things. What's the favorite role, though? Is it Mad About You? I'm sure people ask you about that at these fan events. As good as it gets, because of you and Nicholson, I can tell you the scene in the restaurant's one of my favorites out of all that.
Yeah.
But Nicholson, the preoccupation stuff, the byplay between the two of you, was it easy, or is he a difficult guy to act alongside?
He was the least difficult person to act alongside that I could possibly imagine. I was nervous because I think of him or thought of him as being sort of this wild creature that gets tamed and puts in these brilliant, unpredictable performances. But what I found when I met him is that he was like me. He'd been in acting class his whole life. He wanted to understand not only the part, but where each scene fit into the story the director was trying to tell. He was wanting me to do well. It wasn't some case of like, he has to make sure he's good or shining brighter. He wanted me to shine bright. I just can't say enough great things about him.
Well, that's what I was talking with my producers, the love interest in your films and TV. Then we have Paul Reiser. What's your take on Paul Reiser?
I mean, he's one of my very close friends. We still get together every couple of months to have lunch. So, I loved him immediately and I love him still. And I thank God, because when you are on a show like Mad About You, and there aren't a lot of shows like that where it's really two people. We had a wonderful supporting cast, but over the years, they just seemed to write more and more for the two of us. What if he'd been a drag? What if I'd been a drag, which of course I might have been, and no one's told me, but basically it seems like we both really, really liked each other and had so much fun. We worked really hard, and boy, if he'd been one of those comedians who, takes bites out of people to be funny, there's lots of those, and they're funny, but I wouldn't want to be in a foxhole with them for 7 years.
Now, when I was thinking about you coming on and just started to do a little bit of research, I thought I knew a lot. Twister, a couple of things I've read, and I'm not sure if they're true, that you were blinded by something, and then there was the ditch thing where you had to get a shot because of the ditch that you had to act from.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to say those aren't true. They are true. We all, recovered just fine, but it was not nothing. I think one of the reasons that movie's so good, the director made so many smart choices, and one of them was not to use a lot of computer-generated effects and to really pummel the crap out of us instead. So it made the movie better, and we got a little dinged up, but we all came back.
I wanted to ask you, and it just occurred to me just in this second, when you mentioned that with Twister and how difficult those physical scenes are. How about the love scenes? Are they more difficult to engage in? I'm sure there's a lot of stuff with a crew there and a director telling you this position and that position. How difficult is that? Do you get over that?
Yeah, they've changed things in the last years. You know, one of the things that came out of the 2019 Me Too thing is that they now have what's called an intimacy coordinator on set, which, you know, I used to go, oh, I don't need that. I'm a professional. Well, I do need that. Everybody needs it. You know, we aren't supposed to just act like it's not bizarre to be half clothed or acting out intimate scenarios with somebody else. And so now there's somebody who does what we all used to have to do ourselves, which is really break it down and say, well, I'll be here. Well, I don't want this to show. Well, it's okay if this show, you know, it's not like, it doesn't just fall in place. You have to choreograph it like a dance. And I'm a big convert and believe that they're a pretty crucial part of a set now.
Absolutely. So when you do a fan expo like this in Philadelphia, what is it that people come up the most and want to talk with you about?
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I'm thinking maybe Mad About You because it's, you know, a New York show, a urban, you know, kind of show. But there's a pretty big Twister fan base out there. I've been meeting people wearing outfits like I wore. Some people dressed as an actual tornado.
Okay.
So I'm curious to know what Philly cares about.
Well, you probably
general star power.
Yeah, just the star power. You probably heard about the sports.
Good. Let's hope. Maybe that's enough.
You probably are told, don't say anything good about the Cowboys and stuff like that. You know how rabid the fan base is here.
Well, I do. And, you know, listen, I don't love the Phillies, and there's only one reason. They're so good. I'm a big Dodger fan, and there's some teams I don't like. You know, let's not talk about a certain 2017 situation that happened with the Dodgers and another team.
Yes.
But with the Phillies, like I always go, oh no, and it's not because I don't like them, it's because they're so good.
Well, it's fine to be a Dodgers fan. It's Dallas. It might be the Mets. It might be the
New York.
Yeah,
my
New York.
boyfriend's a Mets fan, so it's a good thing he's not coming with me.
Oh, that is definitely good. Now, is it true too that you witnessed 9/11? What happened from your rooftop?
I wish it was a rooftop. No, I was down on the street a few blocks away. I mean, I don't really like to talk about how hard it was on me because of the devastation and loss of life. You know, relatively speaking, I was fine, but I was very, very close. You know, ran through the streets to evacuate and was as changed forever as everybody was. And, you know, it was, I remember feeling like my brain had to make a new horrible file to hold it and I'm sure everybody felt this way. I'd never thought of such a thing, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Well, Helen, you're coming to town May 16th.
I'm coming in town. Come
May
on
16th
over.
through the 18th. So which days are you here? Are you here all 3 days or 2 days?
I'm, I think, Friday and Saturday. Sure
Okay.
hope I have that right. Double check on the website, but I think that's correct. Friday, Saturday, end of Friday, Saturday.
All right. Well, Helen, enjoy Fan Expo, and thank you so much. And thanks for the great entertainment and art that you've given us over the years.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. See you soon.
Thank you. Helen Hunt here on Talk Radio 1210. So Jack Nicholson is easy to work with. Can you imagine? I think Tom Cruise was shaking in his boots when Jack Nicholson got to the code red and when he jumped up and he was going to attack him.
There's so much love for Helen over on our youtube.com/@12 and WPHT chat. So some love for all her work, but I don't know, Dom, you might want to address this. Exiled Kraken says, how dare you, Dom, and he's joking here, he's saying this tongue-in-cheek, how dare you welcome the person that's probably the reason so many millennials are weather and climate nerds, because watching Twister growing up as a kid, being so fearful of these tornadoes and such, you know?
Oh, I hear you. Yeah, but
I thought it was a clever
apparently
joke.
true. They were afraid of hepatitis being in the ditch.
Wow.
They also were blinded by the light partially for a while. Yeah, and I'm glad she said what she said. They do have these intimacy coordinators now. I mean, I can't imagine, it's a love scene with 40 people around, you're half naked or whatever, particularly the male. I mean, things could be very difficult. You're acting that, but you're also trying to be under control. And with Some of these actors, I just can't imagine. Yeah. No, they do have that, I believe, in every film now that talks about each move. Then if you have a maniac for a director, imagine talk radio with Greg Stocker and here's the director. That's what I've told people. The difference is with TV and all that, every 2 minutes, somebody's in your ear. They're saying, do this, do that. There's a director, producers. Here, you guys don't do that. Well, we'll see.
Got it right.
There you go. All right. It's 855-839-1210. You can get on board AT&T and Verizon Wireless. Hit us on the side question, too. Hit us here with Dom on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, it's Rich Zeol. You know, having a beautiful, healthy smile isn't just important for how you look, it's also important for your health. In fact, there's so much research now about the correlation between gum disease and heart disease and your gut microbiome. Look, it all matters, and that's why I want you to reach out to my friend, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. He's been my family dentist for years, and the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his team delivers to each and every patient is simply unmatched. Dr. Mike Veneria has been delivering results that surpass expectations, and it's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So if you've been on the fence about getting that complicated dental procedure, or if you're looking for a second opinion, reach out to Dr. Mike today. He's the best. I promise you won't be disappointed. I trust my family to Dr. Veneria. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
I think it's going to happen. I think he wants to propose.
Finally. Does he know what kind of ring you want?
Well, that's where you come in. You have to tell him to go to Cozy Jewelers. I saw so many rings that I love there, but they also make custom pieces. So, you know, if you could give him the little hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
Of course. I'll just happen to be looking at their Insta when I sit next to him later. You know, watching Paul's expertise and ooh and eyeing.
You're the best.
Step up to the 5th C. That's color, cut, clarity, carrot, and cozy. Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. CozyJewelers.com and at Cozy Jewelers on Instagram.
This is Jonathan Cans, 3rd-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Has your furnace or AC been on the fritz for years and you've been putting a Band-Aid on it? Well, stop procrastinating. Right now, there are amazing rebates and tax credits available. Enjoy up to $2,600 in federal tax credits, $1,400 in manufacturer's rebates, and up to $950 from PECO. As they say, now's the time. Don't procrastinate. Contact us at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanze.com.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Father's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for dads and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to Big Wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. On the side question on Twitter, pretty good one. Climate change, global warming. They just added to it. Global warming wasn't working, so we changed it to climate change. So Peacock is going to have the spinoff of The Office, The Paper. And, well, The Office is already a spinoff of The British, I think was first. So that's what we're looking for today. Any kind of spinoff. Michael A. Burns on Twitter, U.S. Constitution, spinoff Articles of Confederation, which were pretty weak versus the Constitution, which has withstood progressives for hundreds of years. 855-839-1210, you get in. The White Marsh thing, though, still getting a lot of people on my Twitter at DomShow1210. You can send it around the country. People have heard about it nationally. We just want to get those names on the petition that you can see easily pinned to my Twitter at DomShow1210 and sign it. Are you kidding me? Particularly a place where people bled. I'm not sure if they died, but I think they did during the Revolutionary War. The British, after winning Germantown, were after Washington, and some of the battles were fought there, or at least, back and forth in White Marsh. Who knew? It is really a stunning story. And if Cheltenham gets that infection and does it too, it's at every level you have to defeat these people. It's not just winning the presidency. Remember, there's local control, the school boards, we found that out, etc. Now, a story that we brought you first, and we talked with Kim Ward, that'll be up on podcast, that interview with the president of the state Senate. This guy that we're trying to get on from Lehigh County, who heads up the education committee in the House, goes there to the press conference on this new bill, Fairness in Women's Sports, from the Senate side, and harasses these teenage girls that are there. Remember when Trump signed the bill, right? With those girls. Imagine a guy showing up and telling them, no luck, honey, get out of here, go home. Never getting out of my committee. Why would an adult, why would someone do that? Well, Daily Caller has it up. It got picked up nationally. We don't have the sound because if we did, I would play nothing but that and try to out this guy. They just think they are going to tough it out. And part of it is they're protecting Josh Shapiro. They don't want Shapiro to have to decide one way or another. They know the bill will pass. They know the Democrats will be with it. And people ask me all the time, well, why are they doing this? They're firm believers in this. They're indoctrinated in it. And or they're just stubborn, thinking there's advancement inside the Democrat Party if you continue to say boys have to be in girls' sports. The latest was this track meet for the Suburban League over in Horsham. Yeah, Horsham, that's gone national now, where this hulking guy beats females. And what do females do? They all gather around and they congratulate the second and third place girls because they know they're the real winners, not this guy who's been allowed to compete against them. We'll also have people say, well, isn't there an executive order? Yeah, there is. So what's going to happen is we're really going to have to see a crackdown at every level on these people. They are violating the law. The PIAA and others ought to step in also. But to go up to these girls and be saying that at a news conference that you have nothing to do with just shows you how far these people will go. And we were told this guy has a daughter, etc. They're true believers. They are fanatics on this. And they keep on saying, why do we keep on bringing it up? Because you're not going to do it. Ultimately, you're not going to be able to do this. All right, 855-839-1210. That will get you on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all that you have to do is just push pound 1210 and you'll get on board. As I said earlier, too, today, the bottom line with the Biden stuff as we await the book next week is simply Robert Hur. I didn't have him on, but I have Bill McSwain on who worked with him, vouch for him, his credibility. Remember what they tried to do with him, the hearing, et cetera, the special prosecutor looking at Biden and the book deals. And it wasn't the money this time. It was talking about Biden and how ridiculous it is to say he was not impaired. He said, yeah, he's just a genial guy who can't put a sentence together. He just couldn't answer any questions. He just rambled off into nothingness. Again, if he were a governor or a senator, bad, okay, we get it. You know, the argument with Fetterman. But we're all over Fetterman now. But the presidency is much different. Look at all that Trump is involved in. NBC is now put up a price checker of the grocery store that they're going to update. I think it's every 30 seconds or something of what prices are. You can see it constantly. Yet we went through 4 years of hell with this man and his family who just jacked up prices because he was going to do it because inflation didn't matter to him. He was going to print all that money. He was going to give away all that money. Remember all those historians? We talk about this all the time. First, Joe, you got to go big. You're going to be like FDR, LBJ. Joe, go big. And he did. Now, I don't know his instincts. He might have been pretty big anyhow, but that egged him on. He spent all that money. We know what the consequence is, inflation. We know how robbing it was. Now, all of a sudden, they're going to put up the checker, and we go down that path. It's ridiculous. All right, 855-839-1210. We'll try to get Victoria Coates back very soon as President Trump is in the Middle East. And, you know, I'm not sure that this is an area that people care about until we get into a war footing or there's something happening there that we have to deal with, like the attack of Hamas. There's so much on the domestic front. I think that's where people are. And the thing I'm trying to do, and we did it with Van Drew yesterday, I'm trying to take you inside what Republicans are doing with that bill. Even Politico today says if we keep the Trump tax cuts or we put in the new policy, average income people would see double-digit percentage declines in their tax bills under the House Republicans' tax package, according to an analysis that just came down today. Those making between $30,000 and $80,000 would pay around 15% less in taxes in 2027. People making more than $1 million that year would see an 8.6% decline. I have no problem with that. I want a decline in taxes for everybody. I want to fight for no tax on this, that, and the other at every chance that we can. Any maniac that wants to tell you that's irresponsible, that we're not taxed enough, my God, what about your civic duty? Who's going to run government? Who's brave enough to call in and tell me that? Where are we undertaxed? In Philadelphia, in the suburbs where you are? No way. Up and down the line, it's a constant battle. So it looks like, according to Van Drew yesterday, that they will have some form of the no tax on tips, some form of the overtime thing, but they're going to put in little things here and there. He doesn't like what they're doing with Social Security, not enough relief on that. And the Medicaid thing, I'm watching Republicans. I don't want scaredy cats here to tell us they can't be cutting able-bodied men on Medicaid. We want that. That's where the savings are. The one, and we had Jack Chitterelli, we had Van Drew on, that I don't like, they're going to go for a $30,000 cap at least on the salt tax for places like Jersey. I wouldn't do that. Tired of the arguments. I know you're overtaxed in Jersey. I know all that. Dan's in Jersey. So, Dan, straight up, are you in agreement with the cap? If you answer yes, I can understand. It's your self-interest. Oh, you're doing something. Okay. Give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down there. I can't tell.
Yeah, I don't know too much about the salt tax cap, and I don't have a developed opinion, to be quite
honest.
Okay.
Well, it's good for you and Maisie being in Jersey. In other words, it gives you relief on your federal tax. Mm-hmm. You get a 10%, $10,000 cap now, what you can take off federally of your state and local taxes. If this goes through, it would be 30%, which is pretty good. It was unlimited before. And then we put it back at 10. Now, this is Trump as the populist, Jeff Van Drew, too. I get it in Jersey. Their argument is, well, look, these people have no hope here. It's confiscatory, the property tax and everything else. We have to give them relief this way. I'm not on board on that side. Now, if I were in Jersey, deep down, would I be saying, oh, yeah, give me that 30%? I get it. That's normal. How about 50% you can take off when you're federal? How about when it was unlimited? I need to hear from someone in Jersey. What were you able to take off that you have memory of when it was unlimited? How much was the federal bite that you could take off? Was it $50,000? Was it $25,000? That's got to be pretty. Yeah, take that off. It was unlimited. And then the reform was put in at $10,000 that you could take off. And the argument is Jersey pays more in federal income tax than these podunks. I don't know about that. But I think they're going to do that. Look, if we get this bill through in a manner that I think, I'd be on board. But I don't think it ought to be unlimited. On everything else, there are going to be little noodles here and there, of control. The tax on tips, I think if we get that through heading into the midterms, it's going to be spectacular. Who could be against it? What's the Democrat argument going to be on that? The tax on overtime. Now, that's America. You have people working overtime, moving the country forward, providing for their families. I wouldn't tax anything on that.
So the reason why my opinion's up in the air on this is I don't know. Can businesses and corporations utilize a SALT?
You know what? That's a great question.
Because I'm great. I love it for the individual. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
But if you have businesses kind of shifting their taxes at the expense of individuals, then I have a problem with it.
Okay. I'm not sure if on their federal tax, somebody in business in Jersey, what can you claim now off your federal taxes vis-a-vis the SALT? We need to know from you. And $30,000 to go up there? Well, but Dan, it's in your self-interest too, so I don't care what the corporation does if it's helping the individual. I think that's fine.
I disagree with that.
Okay.
Because, I look at public schools and you know, what taxes pay for, and I don't think that, I think corporations should be holding a higher percentage of what's paid out in taxes to fix that, and to put them on an even playing field with individuals, I think would be ridiculous.
By the way, Jack Cettarelli said something I should have jumped in with the meatball talk and all, and we think he's going to come to Mulligan's at some point and get in his ear. Keep emphasizing New Jersey in various polling has slipped from 2 to 12 in their ranking of schools, because that's what they always say. Oh, taxes are high, and Dan counters, he was in Indiana, and you had swimming pools and horticulture and all that, and property taxes weren't anything like that. It's a scam. And I don't even know that their schools can make that argument that they're in the top 2 or something. Let's go to Robert in Bensdale. I'm sure he's got a thought on this. All right, Robert, I'm predicting you're going to say, don't let them have $30,000 off in the SALT tax. What do you say?
Absolutely. Even if I lived in New Jersey, I would be against this, because it's not fair to the American taxpayer to have to subsidize the bad tax policies of New York, New Jersey, Maryland, Illinois. It's just not right. When I go into the voting booth, the first thing I'm voting for is my kids. The second thing I vote for is my country. The third thing I vote for is myself. My reason is this country is the country that my kids and grandkids got to live in and compete in. I want as much opportunity as possible, and that follows suit with the second one, voting for the country for them. But the SALT tax just wouldn't be fair. But the reason why I called is because a lot of people are wondering why the Democrats seem intent on driving with doing these ridiculous protests, with making Jasmine Crockett the racist and AOC the height of ignorance, the face of their party. This is all making me really happy, but I'm thinking it's happening because they're going where the money is, or should I say the money follows the fire in the party. And the big money donors, back in the 1920s, Vladimir Lenin said, the failing of communism is that there's always a capitalist country for people to flee to. And ever since then, they've been trying to undermine the West, and they've done a number on Europe, and we can't let them do that here. But the mega donors, they don't care about Democrats winning. They care about destroying America. And that's what we have to keep in mind. And if they want to follow that path, let them. We're going to clean up in the midterms, Dom, if they keep down this path.
Well, I would agree. As long as we get this big bill through, particularly, the no tax on tips and things of this nature, if that happens, it is going to be promises kept. They have no shot. I think they have a limited shot because midterms are always tricky, but very limited at this point.
And being practical, I would be okay with a salt reduction in the bill if it's a good bill. I'm not all or nothing. But it just goes back to what we've said before, Dom. The difference between Republicans and Democrats is to Republicans, every day is July 4th, and to Democrats, every day is April 15th.
Well
That's
put.
it.
And also, that's over in White Marsh Township. They're probably celebrating April 15th, and July 4th is taken off the calendar now.
You've got that right, but I'll get to my side question.
Yes,
you're on such a roll, and you got so much going on. I have to stop myself because I could go on forever. But the side question is: there's only two sequels or spinoffs that I've ever watched. Only two, and the first one was off the board. So I'm going to go with the second one, which was Trapper John MD, the spinoff from MASH. The key to a good spinoff is when I started watching the Jeffersons and Trapper John MD, I didn't know they were spinoffs. They stood on their own and they were really good.
That's a great point.
You guys,
who was the star? Who was the star
right?
of Trapper John? Which sidekick of Alan Alda?
Purnell. Well, on the show it was McIntyre. Oh no. I forget the guy's name.
McIntyre was Purnell Roberts. Gonzo was Gregory Harrison.
And who was the Mike guy? Mike, that was the lead. You know, the other. He used to come on with me. Great guy, very liberal.
Mike Farrell.
Mike Farrell.
Yeah.
Great guy. He came on, and it was to the death on the death penalty. And he was a big star, but he came on to debate the death penalty.
He was B.J. Honeycutt.
B.J. Honeycutt. Yeah.
Yes, he was.
Good stuff.
As always, it's wonderful. You guys have a great day, all right?
Thank you, Robert. Thanks very much. 855-839-1210. Right now, though, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Has all the money gone?
And you're playing today for a 4-pack of tickets to see the Reading Phillies versus New Hampshire Fisher Cats at First Energy Stadium in Reading, Pennsylvania, Thursday, June 12th. For tickets, visit readingphillies.com. All right.
Yeah, Dom. So
Yes.
today we are asking for that all-time spin-off like you just heard right there with Robert. The early 90s grunge band from Seattle, Mother Love Bone, might have been one of the great stories of the 90s had their lead singer not tragically passed away. So where did that leave the rest of his bandmates? That left them looking for a new frontman.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, they paired up with this now very famous frontman and formed a very successful band. I'm going to play you I'm going to play a song by this I'm just going to tell you right now. It's Baba O'Reilly. I'm going to play Baba O'Reilly being played by this very famous band. I want to know the name of the band.
Okie doke.
Such a recognizable voice that this guy has.
All right, I was waiting for the punchline there, but that's okay. All right, so who are we looking for again?
We're looking for the band covering Baba O'Reilly here. This is the spin-off of Mother Love Bone. The bandmates left and formed this new band you're hearing here. We want to know the name of that band.
All right, it's 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. Hit us with that, and you're off to see the Reading Phillies.
Walter Sterling.
President, vice president, whatever it is. All they have to do in one of their planks of their platform is say, and I will do whatever I have to do in my power to get the tolls taken down. They will win.
Sterling. Every damn night. Sunday through Friday nights at 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save $1 or $2. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Parents in Centennial School District in Bucks County voiced their concerns about a controversial pick for superintendent during a school board meeting. A new report ranks Philadelphia 6th in the country for cities with the most gentrification. And curfews for kids and no backpacks on the boardwalk are among new rules in Wildwood starting Memorial Day weekend.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's the Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money. All right, here is today's clue.
Polo in that clip?
Yeah, he is.
Okay. Let's go to Jeff on the road. Perfect for this song. Jeff on the road. Jeff, what's your answer?
It is Pearl Jam.
All righty. Nicely played. Enjoy the Reading Phillies. Any other little tidbits on that?
No. Just
Okay.
thought it was a nice spinoff.
Yeah.
Much more successful spinoff.
So you're telling me that Pearl Jam was an actual band before they met Eddie Vedder? The guy died. They team up with Eddie Vedder and become one of the biggest bands of all time?
Yeah, and it was, I mean, everyone speaks so highly of the
Right.
front man of, what's the band's name? Sorry, Mother Love Bone. Everyone speaks so highly of him that, who knows, they might have been bigger than Pearl Jam.
Wow.
All right, good stuff. We got the side question going on. We're going to speak with Fred Herron, the sheriff over in Bucks County, get his reaction. We're told that the Mr. Softy guy and his colleague, not Tom DeBell, our friend over there, are on a media tour. The media can't get enough of this. It's outrageous that in the suburbs we might actually have a guy protecting people versus this duo. So what is wrong with these people in the suburbs? I've been asking this the last 10 years, that the majority of them are going this way. These people get elected to office. They win going away. The Republicans will be lucky in November if they get one on the county seat there that's 5-0 at this point. The people out in Chester County, the two commissioners there, they were complicit, lackluster, in doing the right thing around the prisons, you may remember, even the dogs to track people. The guy crab walks up the side of a building, a maniac, and terrorizes the landscape for what? Was it 2 weeks before they finally caught him? Then they run there. Oh, we caught him. Shouldn't have let him get away. Bucks County is the only place, and look at law enforcement in Bucks County. Look at the former DA. Look at the current DA. Look at Fred Herron, the sheriff. What are those people in Bucks County saying? We don't want what goes on in Philadelphia. We don't want what goes on in Montgomery County. How could two counties be attached? It's not like we have the South and the North. I mean, this is amazing to me. And if Fred Herron succeeds in this, there is going to be quite a back and forth over which county is actually protecting people. The argument of the Mr. Softy truck guy, the commissioner out there that's a rising star with all of his shenanigans to get people who shouldn't be voting, says that you are safer in Montgomery County because these agreements with the Trump federal government, increased deportation actions have made people here illegally less willing to call the police or emergency services out of fear, less likely to come forward. Oh, well, is my response. It's an oh, well. That's their choice. If they don't want to come forward, they don't want to come forward. I'm tired of hearing this. As Americans are massacred, I ought to care if people here illegally. Oh, well, you're not safe. No, we are safe, buddy. If people like the animals who killed Laken Riley, raped and killed her, or Morin over a wide field, hitting her with bricks and everything else, I do feel a lot safer that Fred Herron's on that watch, not you. And I can't help it if morons in Montgomery County don't see it that way. But you're the one bringing it to a fight, so don't be a coward. Come on the show. Fred Herron will come on the show, and we'll debate. Tale of two counties. Which one is safer? Let's start with the safe thing, since he brought it up. It's safer because immigrants, illegal immigrants, are apparently less afraid, his argument, in Montgomery County to call the police. Bucks County's less safe because of that. What about the criminals being taken off the streets? Well, that doesn't matter. We don't care about that in Montgomery County. We're criminal friendly. You know it, and I know it, buddy. You were racing to that prison till we stopped you, till we shamed you with your Mr. Softy truck to have people, was it in Graterford of all places? I forget which prison, the county prison in Montgomery County. Couldn't wait to get those prisoner votes. Are we safer with the two of you? All right, Sheriff Fred Herron is coming up. Get into at 855-839-1210. Hey, don't miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements, because going on right now with prices rising across the country, Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free, buy 3 bottles, get 2 free memorial deal. Stock up on your favorites. Save big with Rescue, rollback pricing, and generous free bottle support. Probiotics, natural pain relief, cholesterol support, those 1210 omega-3s that I take, everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Now, you'll speak to a Rescue product consultant, or you can shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Take this opportunity for huge savings. It's over 50 Rescue products to tackle those health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating. We've been protecting Delaware Valley homes and businesses from pests for 35 years, all while supporting our local community. We also support those who protect us, our veterans. Robert Rutherford, our Director of People and Culture, served 10 years in the U.S. Marine Corps. We at Hoffman's have made a commitment to hiring veterans. Our veterans are valued, and the skills you learn in the military are transferable. Join the Hoffman's family and visit us at hoffmansexterminating.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
1210 homeowners, are you sitting on the sidelines waiting for the right time to sell your home? Here's the truth. The time is now. The American economy is back. Private sector growing. Good paying jobs more available. Inflation's down. Eggs and gas cheaper than they've been in years, and the fear is fading. In the market, it's on fire. Right now, I'm helping sellers get tens of thousands over asking. No inventory, and there's buyers who are starving for homes. So stop hiding in your house and start planning the move to your low-maintenance lifestyle. But selling in this market does take more than luck. It takes strategy. And if you're serious about crushing it when you sell, learn about all my strategies in my books, Home Selling Sharks and Model Home Mindset. I'll send you a free copies today. But if you want to learn from the master, that's me. Come to my next home seller seminar on June 11th in Fort Washington. Go to 215-576-8666.com or call me at 215-576-8666.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
We may see some showers tonight, even a thunderstorm possible, getting down to 61 with clouds. Tomorrow, high 76, a mix of sun and clouds and another chance of rain. Friday, warmer though, high 81, another showers possible there too. And Saturday, we could see a high of 86.
For a limited time, enjoy special offers across the entire Mercedes-Benz family of SUVs, like the GLB, GLC, and more. Find your Mercedes your way from Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City today.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano Show. Sheriff Fred Herron is one of our persons of the year. I don't know if we can get him the Wildwood at one of the Mulligans. I'd like to do that, though. And he's being pilloried by the giants of Montgomery County today. The Mr. Softy Truck guy and his colleague, showing all the ways that Bucks County's wrong to try to help protect citizens from people that are not only here illegally, but have criminal backgrounds. But in addition to that, the Bucks County Beacon, is that the name? The Bucks County Beacon has a piece from a guy who is Jewish, running for office out there. What's Seisler running for? I'll see it here in a minute. It's not Sherifer, is it? Attacking Fred Herron for, he says, bringing up the Holocaust. Now, the guy out there in Bucks County who brought up all this, the coward who won't come on and danced toward it, was Commissioner Harvey, who, when we had the most recent meeting, started going down memory lane and saying it looks to him, because of Trump, like we're in the 1930s. Well, Bobby, and Seisler, if that's not the rise of Hitler, then what are we talking about? All right, let's go to Sheriff Fred Herron in Bucks County. Fred, is that podcast up yet? Boy, you got a lot of material to work with here.
Yeah, it dropped yesterday, was our first episode, and we're getting some hits on it. The first episode was just some background, about 31 minutes. We talked about basically my growing up in New York, getting me here to Bucks County as sheriff, and that will be the end of my, we're not going to be talking anymore about my history, and then we're jumping into all kinds of topics as the weeks come.
Well, Fred, where do we find the podcast?
It is on wherever you listen to your podcasts. It's Law and Order Bucks, BUX, wherever you download your podcasts, and you can certainly sign up, follow us. We hope you will review us, and sign up to make sure you get all the episodes coming up. We're going to take some stuff on the road, go to different locations. I really want this to expand. I really want this podcast to be the voice of the people, and in the world of government and law enforcement. We're not going to just talk about law enforcement, but government and how it relates and how sometimes government hinders what we're trying to do out there.
I would say, not put the words in your mouth, many times does. It hinders it. So, Fred, first of all, we have the duo of Vermontco, which connects to Bucks County. So we're going to have the tale of two counties. They go through a laundry list of reasons why what you're doing is both ineffective, irresponsible, et cetera. But I wanted to start with the number one. You hear this argument all the time, Fred. If you do what you're doing, which is rather simple, and you can explain again, you're going to make Bucks County not safer, but less safe.
Yeah. I think that's a ridiculous argument, and I know people are saying that people aren't going to report crimes, and I asked one of the groups, the immigration groups, I said, who's victimizing the folks that are here illegally, that are good people, that are just trying to achieve the American way of life, legally or illegally? That's not my issue at this point, undocumented or documented. And the answer was, well, a lot of the bad undocumented people. I said, so wouldn't the good people want me to get the bad people out of here? I mean, this isn't really rocket science, Dom. We're trying to get criminals off our streets. And this immigration issue that the president has made available is one tool to get people that have committed crimes and are wanted in Bucks County to deport them back to their country of origin. And you know what's very interesting? It's Bill Clinton is the president of the United States that signed this into law.
Yes, exactly. Well, Bill Clinton had rational moments, and he was a great poser, too, thinking how many of them are going to... I've been on this forever, Fred, this whole thing. It is not that radical, and it's just the buy-in of an added tool for you, and also the aiding with... I mean, it's a pretty simple thing.
Well, and the other thing that the noodles in Montgomery County are saying, that, well, you shouldn't be partnering with the federal government. They should be doing them, and you should be doing you. Guess what? They've been asleep. The two commissioners there must be Rip Van Winkle twins, because we've been partnering. I've been doing this since 1987. We've been partnering with the FBI, DEA, U.S. Marshal Service, Homeland Security, obviously since 2001, since the creation of Homeland Security. We've been partnering with them every single day. We have partnerships with all kinds of federal agencies. This is not a new one. This is not a new partnership. It's just expanding the partnerships we already have. This is not new stuff. This is stuff that's been going on in law enforcement for a long, long time.
Without a doubt. Now, the newest, Fred, and I know you're a busy guy. We just saw this at the Bucks County Beacon. They go back to the quote of Bob Harvey, who certainly did dance up to in his own way, pre-Hitler taking over fully in Nazi Germany, and then you reacted to that correctly. So Danny Seisler, I'm not sure what office he's running for, jumps into the ring, Fred, and says, my grandfather helped liberate Nazi concentration camps. He accused Fred Herron of shamelessly, quote, exploiting our shared religion and the memory of a Holocaust in a political stunt.
Well, it was Bob Harvey that had the political stunt. Mine was not political. Mine was a human reaction to an individual of county leadership calling the only Jewish sheriff in Pennsylvania, calling my actions that of Nazi Germany. So I don't know. I think I kind of took that a little personal, maybe, especially since my mother had two second cousins killed by the Nazis, and my father liberated concentration camps. I don't know about the other person, what his father did or didn't do. I can't speak of that, or grandfather. But I heard these stories, growing up by my parents. So, like I said in my statement, Bob Harvey read about it. I lived it. And it absolutely was. I've had so many calls and support from people saying they can't believe what he said. They can't believe what he said. And I don't know if I mentioned this last time I was on the show, I actually wasn't sure at first what he said, because Bob starts with his history lesson and his personal stories that nobody wants to. It's a government meeting. No one wants to hear about his personal life. Okay, Bob, you're not at a fireplace on Christmas Eve. Nobody wants to hear, what people told you growing up. Very nice, but we don't really care at a public meeting. You want to meet me for a cocktail afterwards? Maybe I'll listen to you. But he starts telling this story, so I kind of tuned him out, and then I had two very people sitting next to me that I respected very much, high-ranking county officials, if you will. I don't want to get them involved. And they said, I think he just compared you to Nazi Germany. I'm like, no way. And I went back and I listened to it, and I caught the tail end of what he was saying because I woke up, and he did. He absolutely made. We just spent 90 minutes, people going back and forth, people referring to Nazi Germany too in their comments, and then he's like, what I see happening now reminds me of, World War II and Nazi Germany and blah, blah, blah. Oh, but Bob didn't make that correlation. That's not what he meant, really, because everybody else thought it except for his crazy left-wingers. So he absolutely made that connection.
Right, and you responded appropriately. What Bobby forgot is that Fred Herron is Jewish on top of it. I mean, the statement is outrageous, but then that added factor around this certainly should be addressed. If somebody said something that swerved into the mob with me, I would laugh. But I would be sure with a guy like Bob Harvey, wait a minute, I got a lot of vowels. I'm in the mob here because you differ with me. They got to be taught a lesson. Seisler, too. You go Nazi Germany, and particularly with someone in your background, with your history and what you grew up hearing, you're going to hear back on that saying it's inappropriate to be talking Nazi Germany ever in these situations.
Absolutely. I mean, you just don't bring it up like that. And, he, as a history teacher, should know a little bit better. And he definitely, there's no way he didn't know what he was saying. He got called out on it. He got to the line, he crossed it real quick and got back and just thought, well, no one caught what I did, but ha, ha, ha. Guess what, Bobby boy? We caught what you did, and now you're going to have to deal with it. I get it. It's a political stunt. I don't know if he meant anything truly personal by it. I think he was taking a political whack at me, not realizing, oh, my God, I just said to the only Jewish sheriff in Pennsylvania, I referred to him as a Nazi. I think right afterwards he must have been like, crap, what did I do? But now he can't get out of it. If I was Bob right after that, when he saw the backlash, I would have came out and said, oh, my God, I certainly didn't mean that, Fred. That's not what I was. But he doubled down and called me a lunatic. So that was not that. That only raises my stock.
Without a doubt. Fred, again, congratulations on the podcast as it unfolds. Give us the title again, and people can find it all wherever you get your podcasts.
Law and Order Bucks, BUX, wherever you get your podcast. You've got the first teaser out there, and then the first episode dropped yesterday.
All right. Let's hope you get Bob Harvey. I would suggest at a nice club with a cocktail. A 2-hour podcast, I would suggest. Feel free to have me call in and say hello, but I'm just saying.
Let me know when you're going to be in Wildwood. I'd love to come down there.
You know what? Mark the day down, Fred. It's Dom Giordano Day in Wildwood. You're one of the honored guests of this year for what you're doing. It's the 20th of June.
June 20th. All right, let me check my calendar. I'm going to try to make that.
All right, you got it, Fred. Thank you.
Thanks
very much. And notice how this is being booked on the fly right during shows here. We're already packing in mulligans.
I love it.
We got Linda Kearns in there.
Makes my life easy, right?
Yeah, and we got Fred Herron and hopefully Scott Presler to start with. So it's going to be, and we have people booking hotels. We're good for business there. So thanks to Johnny Z to give us the Summer White House. We're going to honor him as the Person of the Year. Imagine now the only Jewish sheriff in Bucks County. And they have Seisler tag into the ring here to go after him on this and say, you shouldn't bring up the Holocaust. Well, how about stopping the Nazi stuff? They cannot refrain from it because of Trump. All right, it is the lightning round next. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
White Marsh Township officials have canceled their annual 4th of July parade, and residents of Monco Township are none too happy. This is about allowing anti-Semitic protesters that we have seen throughout this listening area to continue to instill fear in people. To me, I would argue, show goes on. We will do what we do every year around or on the 4th of July, and we will make sure that we are properly prepared in the event any of these threats come to fruition.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Trenton's latest dumb idea, equity pricing. So now your monthly electric bill is based on how much money you make, not on how much electricity you use? Who does that? I'm Jack Chittarelli. When I'm governor, the days of Trenton Democrats raising taxes, wasting our money, and ruining our state are over. I'll root out waste and corruption to cut spending. We'll cap property taxes for families and freeze them for seniors. And I'll end Murphy's radical energy agenda that's driving up our electric bills.
Paid for by Chittarelli for Governor, Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Your kitchens and bathrooms should be a retreat. Spaces that are as beautiful as they are functional. At Emmons, we customize every detail to fit your style, needs, and budget. From sleek modern updates to timeless classics, we make your dream kitchen or bathroom a reality and offer free interior design services. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or go to callemmons.com and let the Emmons team start designing your perfect space. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
Yeah, mark that day down. June 20th, Dom Giordano Day in Wildwood. And I'm looking at a picture of this. They actually do have that Ford Maverick towing the tram car. We have to talk to Mayor Ernie about this. And for some reason, they say that might be the new look. I don't know, with 2 feet, can I drive a Maverick towing a tram car? We know I drove the tram car command car before. That was a little 2-footed to magic. I don't know, with the Maverick, Dan, is that possible?
The funny thing is, though, I don't know if the Maverick's this way, but a lot of these electric cars now are switching to a one-pedal form, where even like when you brake, you just slightly light off the pedal, and it's a one-pedal kind of thing.
I don't like that.
I don't know if the Ford Maverick's that way, but it might be impossible for you to drive with 2 feet.
I'm still going to do it. So
except both feet on the one pedal.
Imaginary press the brake pedal.
Get the attorneys out there, you know. The previous mayor was great. When I went off the reservation and went onto the concrete, he gently directed me back onto the no, I went onto the boardwalk part, not the concrete. All right. I didn't know. Joe and Exton, Talk Radio 1210. All right, Joe, give us your spin-off.
Yes. Hello, Dom. And good afternoon.
Afternoon, Joe.
St. Peter was the very first primate of the Catholic Church, and subsequent primates were spin-offs who went by the title of Pope.
Ah, that's true. Yeah, from St. Peter, they became Pope. Drew in Upper Darby. Drew, good afternoon.
Hey, Don, thank you so much. You know, Don, this show is hard to see because it seems like it's always on in the wee hours of the morning. But it's Frasier with Frasier Crane from Cheers.
Yeah, absolutely. That is not. Frasier is a great spinoff. Kelsey Grammer, we're still working hard to get him back to Wildwood this year and still keep those dates open. That guy can eat a French fry. It was unbelievable, just the way he's going with this with the French fries. It's great acting. I can see. It was unbelievable. Now, he did have his guys here saying, you can't talk about that. Jumping into the ring. It was like Jordan Hudson. Remember, there was a writer's strike, and they were afraid you weren't able to talk about anything. So what am I going to bring up for an hour interview? We was there an hour and a half. Kelsey, tell me more about the fries here at Mulligan's.
Well, Kelsey was just like, screw it, I'm talking about Frasier.
Yeah, he did, ultimately. He talked about the beers, he talked about Frasier, he talked about Republican Party, and he is not a curmudgeon. He is as down-to-earth as anybody. He's with Johnny's kids, pouring beers for an hour and more. We may have exceeded the fire code by 100 people, but, come on. It was fun. The fire chief was there, so it can't be wrong. Dan in Reading on Talk Radio 1210. Dan, what do you have?
My spinoff is Anna Nicole Smith from Marilyn Monroe. She was obsessed with her.
That is a great one. I would say more of a knockoff than a spinoff, though. But, it's my taste. Marilyn Monroe can't be spun off of easily. Gary in Newtown. Gary, how you doing, Gary? What do you have?
Hey, Dom, I'm doing well. Thank you. I hope you guys are doing just as well. I told Robert that I was going to go and try to say that Joni loves Chachi. I was going to say that was going to be my favorite, but there's no way you guys would believe me. So I'm going to follow Henry's lead, and I'm going to go with Chris Cornell, who passed away, that ended Audio Slave, which was the first rock band, the only rock band to ever play in a live music festival in Cuba.
Wow.
I did not know
That's a pretty good one. Thank you very much. The Earl of Tacony, did he win yesterday? Or he was close?
He was close. He was Big
close.
Al yesterday.
Let's see if he can get the goal today. Earl, what do you have?
I was 95% yesterday. I didn't quite reach 100.
Okay.
And I'd like to thank Robert for stealing my answer, so I'm going to have to go with my backup. And I'm going to go with Jeff Christie. He was a fat little Midwest kid, had a radio show. He was the morning drive time shock jock, WIXZ in McKeesport, Pennsylvania. Got fired and dropped out of radio and decided, I'm going to get back into radio. And I guess it's a spinoff because he changed the format from just being a comic to being a political commentator out in California. And he went by his birth name, which is Rush Limbaugh.
Yep, that is a great one. You left off the Kansas City Chiefs. He barely had food when he was working for them.
The players still barely have food.
Yeah,
They've won 3 Super Bowls in the last decade.
Oh, no, not the Chiefs, the Royals. It was the Royals. It was the Royals. I have to make this real quick with Chuck. Chuck, I have about 10 seconds. What's yours?
All right. Well, then we'll be real fast. MASH is very, very popular, and MASH itself is a spinoff of the movie MASH. Only Gary Berghoff is in both versions. But
which one did you like better? I like the movie better.
You know what? The movie's so short as compared to 11 years of quality.
That's true.
So I got to take the TV show.
Gotcha. All right, gotcha. Henry, give me some contenders.
Yeah, I thought the best ones today were starting off was John and Villanova with the 13 colonies being a spin-off of England. I also like Dan and Redding's answer of Anna Nicole Smith spinning off from Marilyn Monroe.
That's a spin-off.
And then, you know what? Let's go with Chuck in Newtown Square for pointing out that, MASH itself, despite being one of the best shows of all time, is a spinoff.
These were really good. I got to go with the colonies. It was out of the box in the beginning. We couldn't have possibly thought to take that one off. So we will put that down. That goes in. All right, tomorrow ought to be a heck of a show. A lot of things coming to a head. Don't forget, go to my Twitter page, @DomShow1210. You'll see pinned there The petition. Sign the petition. We're going to bring them there in June 12th, I think it is, the next town council over in White Marsh, and say, come on, give the people their parade. You have to be kidding me. How much embarrassment can you endure? At Dom Show 1210, that's the place to go. All right, Rich is next. He's got 4 big hours with you. We're back tomorrow, noon until 3. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.